don't see that name. David Aiken?
Madam Chair, I'm here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Maybe it's not labeled. I'll check.
Yes, you can rename yourself.
There we go.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready, Jessica.
Okay, yeah, I'm all set. Just going to press record.
Recording in progress.
Have the screen moving. Thank you.
You ready?
Yes, good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for March 25th, 2025 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature last year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings until March 2025. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. As with our in-person meetings, comments and support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The chair may limit the number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project, that is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise hand button along the bottom of your screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Stenbridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. Mr. Stenbridge.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Langham.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Turner.
Good morning, President.
Mr. Collins.
Morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Panado.
Good morning, Madam Chair, President.
Good morning. Mr. Aiken.
Morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. The floor is yours, Mr. Stenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will begin with the approval of hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30. The minutes are from the following dates: January 14th, January 23rd, January 28th, February 4th, February 13th, and February 25th, all for 2025. Make a motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we'll move on to the extensions scheduled for 9:30 a.m. The recommendation for all of these is approval for the relief as requested. If we have any questions on them, we can entertain those for Madam Chair after I finish. First, we have case BOA 911272 with the address of 9 Chelsea Street. Next, we have case BOA 450351 with the address of 1181 to 1183 Bennington Street. Next, we have case BOA 1182380 with the address of 5 Glenburn Street. Then we have case BOA 1433590 with the address of 55 to 57 Hudson Street. Next, we have case BOA 1414968 with the address of 16 Nightingale Street, I believe. Next, we have case BOA 527141 with the address of 100 Stewart Street. Then we have case BOA 1024095 with the address of 11 Faneuil Street. Then we have case BOA 1288967 with the address of 5252 to 5270 Washington Street. Next, we have case BOA 904516 with the address of 1937 Beacon Street. And finally, we have case BOA 1414980 with the address of 120 Bowden Street. And those are the extensions scheduled for today. Question?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have a motion to grant the extensions as requested?
I make a motion to grant the extensions that was requested.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Canado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have 3 board final operative cases scheduled for 9:30 a.m. The first is case BOA 1572885 with the address of 3 Bruce Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross from the Law Office of Prince Lobel, 1 International Place in Boston. Madam Ambassador, maybe go to slide 5 if you wouldn't mind. I think this might be the best to hover on for the moment. Madam Chair and members of the board, this matter was in front of you on May 21st, 2024. At that hearing, you can see in the blue here, the board approved raising the attic level and expanding into the rear yard slightly the top floor of this existing property at 3 Bruce Street. The appellant has since reviewed what was approved, and it was raised by 5 feet. And by the way, that relief had 2 variances. It had stories and it had rear yard, and that was it. After reviewing what they had approved, they're realizing that the 5-foot raise was just a foot too low. So they've gone back through the process with the Boston Landmarks. This is a historic district, and they received approval to increase the height by another foot. So if you go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador, what they would like to do is to raise, there's some minor floor plan changes, but from as it appears on the outside of the building, it's literally just lifting the attic a little bit more. We can walk through this in greater detail. There are some window fenestration edits that were made, but that's the long and the short. We are looking to increase the height from 5 feet at the edges to 6 feet. The overall height of the building is remaining exactly the same. It's really just the pitch of that roof line will be a little shallower now, but the height at that point, at both points, at all points will be the same height as what it is today, what it was approved by the board. So that's the reason. Maybe I'll pause there, Madam Chair, and see if you want to get into the details of each of these drawings.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we may be ready for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge.
Yeah.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Spinato.
Yes.
Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 914351 with the address of 27 Delmont Street. Is the applicant and/or their representative present? Will they please reply to the board?
We have a raised hand here. 1 second. Gavin's iPad. Okay, just sent a request to unmute you.
Sorry, good morning. I'm not sure.
We can hear you.
Sorry. Sorry, good morning. How are you? Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. How are you?
State your name and the address.
Sorry, yes. My name is Gavin Walsh, the contractor at 27 Delmont Street in Dorchester. And what happened with this project, the client, who I believe is here as well, is Brad Krasensky, and they had already gone to the Board of Appeals. And what happened was, it was during the COVID times. This was already built, but the fit out wasn't, so we were hired for the fit out. And at the time there was an open permit, so what I was requested to do by the board was take over the permit with the addition of just the fit out of the basement. Again, it was already built, and I have gone through and I did all of the inspections. I brought the inspectors out from where we took over to right to the final inspections. Everything has been approved, and then we had received obviously the refusal because apparently this wasn't in the original. Now, when I take over a permit from somebody else, you don't see what is applied. So we had this plan to go off, and doing what I had done at the direction of the building department, I was obviously surprised to see that we would need to even get a decision on this, because this is the information that I had. So again, it was all built, and all we have done is the fit out of the basement. So I'm not sure if you would have any other questions or what other information I could give.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none?
Can we just, I think the change he's asking for, is it an expansion of FAR for basement? What exactly are we approving? What's the change we're approving?
Sorry, is that me the change? Is that a question for me?
Yes.
What's the new zoning violation?
It's just a livable space in the basement.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I assume it's increasing FAR or something like that.
Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
that's
my
right.
apologies. Yes, that's what we were told. It was FAR, and then as I said, everything was passed in the building department, and we were sent to you for the final approval or final decision.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, just for clarification, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, Planning Department. I'm looking at the refusal letter dated March 3rd. They already received zoning relief for excessive FAR, so this is just increasing it a little. And on the letter, it does say that the applicant is authorized to proceed to the BFA for final approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panado,
Yes.
Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next, we have case BOA 1309386 with the address of 75 Maywood Street. If the applicant and/or their representative present, will they please apply?
Thank you, Mr. Stembridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Justin Burns from Pulgini and Norton, business address 10 Forbes Road, Braintree, Mass. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 75 Maywood Street in Roxbury, proponent Alexander Burke. We come before you today seeking a final zoning approval for an amendment to an existing ERT. That initial ERT was a proposal to construct a new 3-story, 6-unit residential building on an existing vacant lot in Roxbury. The proponent appeared before this board in November of 2023, where variances for the ERT were approved, including a variance for excessive FAR. The amendment to this ERT, which has brought us before you today, seeks to reconfigure space in an approved basement unit by changing the location and dimensions of a mechanical room. As a result, the basement has greater livable square footage, but the reconfiguration has resulted in a small increase to the previously approved FAR level. I believe we were originally at 1 FAR, and now we're at 1.02. ISD cited this extension of the non-conforming dimensional requirements, and that is the only violation that we were cited for, and they requested that we appear before ZBA through the board final RPR process. As this change is de minimis and done only to increase the quality of living for the future inhabitant of the unit, we ask that the board grant approval for the variance, allow for the change to be implemented. And I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one small question. Will these be ownerships or rental properties?
I believe they will be rental. I believe that's what they'll be rental, but I can check. I don't have that information offhand currently.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge,
Yes.
Mr. Langham,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Panado,
Yes.
Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to the hearings, recommendations from the hearings on the 20th. There are 6 cases, and I'll read them and give the vote that was taken on them. First, we have case BOA 1684879 with the address of 22B to 22 Beacon Street. The case was approved with a proviso to update the hours of operation from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Next, we have case BOA 1686316 with the address of 853 to 855 East First Street. The case was deferred until today due to for hearing before a full board. Next, we have case BOA 1661508 with the address of 8 Friendship Road, which was approved. Then we have case BOA 1675560 with the address of 11 Cleve Street, which was approved. Then we have case BOA 1678617 with the address of 62 Patton Street, which was approved. Then we have case BOA 1682689 with the address of 26 Whittemore Street, which was also approved. Those were the cases from the subcommittee. And I will make a vote.
West Broadway?
Sorry.
West Broadway, there's one more.
Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. Which is that would be case BOA 1685231 with the address of 368 372 West Broadway, which was also approved.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Have a second? Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
With that, we'll move on to the hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. And to begin with, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this conference.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. 157 Princeton Street and 155R Princeton Street.
What's next, please?
Those are towards the end.
So those are 4 companion cases. You want all 4, Attorney Small?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First is case BOA 1677881 with the address of 155R Princeton Street. Next we have case BOA 1622100 with the address of 155R Princeton Street. Then next we have case BOA 1677782 with the address of 157 Princeton Street. And along with those, we have case BOA 1677886, also with the address of 157 Princeton Street. If you would go ahead and explain, please.
Sure.
Small.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road. Today we are here seeking a deferral of those cases as we are working with the Mayor's Office of Community Engagement to set up one more community meeting with regard to this project.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Can I have some dates from Caroline?
Yeah, we could do May 6th, May 20th, June 3rd, or June 24th.
Carolyn, can we do the second one in May? Was that May 20th, you said?
Yeah.
That would be perfect. That'll give us enough time to get this meeting scheduled and get it executed.
May I have a motion?
I make a motion to defer till May 20th, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second?
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Any further requests for withdrawal or deferral from 9:30? With that, we'll move ahead. Yes. To begin with, we have case BOA 1677320 with the address of 329 to 343 Washington Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley, here on behalf of Austin Brighton CDC in partnership with the Shockett companies. Just going to give a brief intro here on this slide, and then I'll introduce the team, Madam Chair. This is the Warren Building. It's located on Washington Street in Brighton, near St. Elizabeth's Medical Center. It was built in 1879. As you can see a little bit here, but if you walk by the building, it's in need of renovation and repair. It currently has 5 ground floor commercial spaces, which you can see on the ground floor here from this photo, and 33 affordable residential units on the upper floors, but non-handicapped accessible residential units. So what this proposal is seeking to do is to convert some of the non-street facing commercial space in the building into 2 new affordable and accessible income restricted residential units on the ground floor to kind of better utilize some back commercial space and provide accessibility in the building. They're both going to be 2-bedroom units, and the project will also include a renovation of the existing residential units on the upper floors again, which will all remain so there also will be, as you'll see in the plans, 2 reconfigured commercial spaces, so basically consolidating 5 commercial spaces into 2 to remain as storefront conditions on the street. This is a business area, so the front portions of the building will remain on the ground floor as active commercial space, and there will be no expansion to the building envelope. This will all be within the existing space that's there now. Next slide, please, Madam Ambassador. I think this is just our team. Again, I introduced myself, but we do have John Woods, who is the Executive Director of the ABCDC, and Bert Rodiger, who's here from Shawkett Companies, who's working with them on the project. And then our architect is Gary Kane from the architectural team. Next slide, please. Just to show the zoning refusal letter briefly, happy to go over this more, but we do 2 sets of zoning relief, conditional use permit. This is in the neighborhood shopping subdistrict, and so that is a conditional use due to the addition of the 2 new accessible, affordable residential units on the ground floor that I mentioned. However, again, these 2 units, as you'll see, they're located at the rear of the building. They are not the street frontage, and that's going to remain active commercial space on the street. And then we also need a variance for insufficient usable open space. Again, we're adding 2 units, so we need it's 50 square feet per unit, so that's 100 square feet of open space under the code. The site currently has no open space. As you'll see, there's nowhere to put it. It's an existing nonconformity, and due to there's really no suitable location to add any open space in the property. That's all the zoning relief that's needed for the project. I will toss it to Gary from TAT. If you can go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador, he can quickly go through the rest of the plans and our project summary. So Gary, over to you.
Good morning, folks. Thank you. Gary Kane with the architectural team. So on the slide here, you can see the red line outlines our property. The building is a simple rectangular 4-story building. It's a 0 lot line along Washington Street and Waldo Terrace. There's an existing parking lot and driveway that takes up the rest of the property. That's existing to the rear of the property. We share access. There's an access off of Waldo Terrace and off of Washington Street, and we share the parking lot shares access with the commercial building, the mixed-use building just to our left, which is a parking lot of about 20 parking spaces, and then one of the residential buildings on Waldo, they use it for their driveway as well, and they park off of and use it sort of an easement for accessing the parking space. The municipal parking lot to the northwest here is not connected in any way to either of these parking lots. So the building and the parking lot pretty much take up the entire lot. Next slide, please. So this just defines generally our scope of work at the ground level, which is the whole purpose of this, the relief that we're needing. As Nick mentioned, we've got 2 new accessible, affordable accessible units. We are also making the front entrance accessible, which it was not. It's going to be a shared access for the residential as well as the commercial spaces. Accessible entrance front through to the rear. We're adding a little bit of residential support space, which the building doesn't currently have, just an office, mail, laundry that's not currently on an accessible level, on the ground level. And as Nick mentioned, we're maintaining, I'll show you the floor plan in a second. We're maintaining an active commercial street front all along the sidewalk. What's going on above that on floors 2, 3, and 4 are the balance of the residential units. We've got 33 units. We're maintaining the affordability. We're renovating all the apartments in the common areas. We're upgrading, redoing all the kitchens and bathrooms, plumbing, light fixtures, typical things that we would do on a turnover of a residential building. The building is being converted to electric, so all heating, cooling, hot water is going to be new systems and electric. We're improving the ventilation. Buildings of this vintage weren't built with ventilation back in the day, but their codes require them now. And then we're modernizing the elevator. The elevator is existing. It's undersized. It's in a shaft, so we're renovating it, but it doesn't help us get accessibility to the upper levels, which is why we've put 2 of them on the back side of the property. And then beyond that, this is a National Park Service project. We are getting historic tax credits, so with that, we have a rather high bar in terms of the level of renovation. So between the windows, the doors, the storefronts, all of the masonry repairs, it's being done under the guidelines of National Park Service. So the building's going to look fantastic when it's done. We've already replaced the roof, trying to protect the asset, we've got people living in the building. The first thing that needed to get done as an original, it's already been completed to protect the residents that are in there right now and to protect the building while we get our funding and can start construction to do the whole renovation. And then outside of that, at the rear parking lot, we're redoing the parking lot, resurfacing it, improving the storm drainage, which doesn't really exist at this point. We're going to make an accessible parking spot, and we're going to improve the lighting and the security there. Next slide, please. Just the floor plan of the ground level. The green at the top of the page you can see are the 2 accessible units. We've placed them at the back. When these were commercial storefronts, they were sort of like shotgun front to back storefront properties. We've placed them where there was sort of the back of house space for each of these where they, when they were commercial. So we're just utilizing them and trying to maintain, again, the active street front with the 2 commercial spaces and a little bit of support space. We'll have a total of 35 apartments at the end of the day added to the existing 33. This just breaks down between, we've mostly got, we have 1 bedrooms, a couple of studios, 31 bedrooms, and 2 bedroom units. Next slide. This is just the front elevation. The building had a full renovation in 1970. It was done rather insensitively. It was it took a 3-story building and cut it into 4. And with this being the National Park Service project, again, we're returning the storefronts. It's being dictated as to how we can renovate those, but we're opening all those up. And again, it's just going to be a vast improvement over the existing condition that's there now. And next slide, and I think I'll just turn it back to Nick for a closing comment.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I believe the mayor's office will speak to this. We did have an abutter meeting on June 7th. There was only 1 attendee. We did meet the Brighton Austin Improvement Association on January 9th. And I will just note for the board that the planning board planning department did recommend approval for the project. So happy to stop here and answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Hi, good morning. I do have a question. Do you know what the 2 storefronts are? What kind of businesses are they?
They're vacant now, Board Member Turner. They're vacant now. You're asking what they will be?
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah, I don't know, John or Bert, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, we're still contemplating what the final use of the storefronts will be. There is currently 1 tenant in there, commercial tenant in there now who will remain. He's an upholsterer, and he will continue to occupy some space. Probably reconfigure it a little bit, but we're happy to keep him.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, good morning. Sigurd Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on January 7th, at which one abutting business owner expressed concerns about the proposal's impact on parking. A presentation was also made to the Brighton Alston Improvement Association, which expressed their opposition as they are concerned about removing any commercial space in the central business area of Brighton Center. With that background, we defer to the judgment of the board. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few raised hands here. Go ahead, Annabella. Annabella, you've been unmuted.
Yep. Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabella Gomes from the Brighton Alston Improvement Association. When this proposal was proposed to the VIA, there were no storefronts. They were going to do an office space and then probably utilize the other space for the building use. We were very much against doing that because it is our main streets, and we do want storefronts to activate our main streets. It's very important for the building and for the district itself. So we are very concerned about that. We did share concerns about the 2 residential units in the back. They back up an alleyway, so the entrance would be an alleyway that's shared with the building behind. And the dumpsters are right across the street, where there is a huge rat population. So it's more putting it on the ground floor with a quality of life of an alleyway with cars going in and out with lights and rats. We really don't see how that serves as a good unit for a handicapped, accessible, or anybody at all with those conditions. So we voted against the proposal for those reasons. We think the proposal is wonderful, renovating the building, affordable housing, all of that. But we also think it's important to give back to the community and have a main streets with a commercial district that makes the main streets thrive. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maura?
Good morning. My name is Maura McCrae. I'm a member of City Councilor Liz Braden's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this proposal. As was explained in the presentation, the Warren Building is a historic building that is a prominent landmark in Brighton Center. Unfortunately, the building was kept in poor condition due to the previous owner, and the council was thrilled when it was able to be purchased by the CDC and its development partner. She's very happy that they are able to renovate the building, and she appreciates that they'll be able to retain the income restricted units on site. She does recognize the great need for additional accessible units in the neighborhood, and she thinks the proposal that was shown today is an appropriate compromise between the need for additional accessible units and they're also retaining the commercial space in the front. So she's very much supportive of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce and then Adam. Hi, Bruce, you're muted.
This is Adam Goldstein from the Mayor's Office of Housing. This project, Warren Hall, is supported by our office. It was the building was acquired by the Alston Brighton CDC as part of the Mayor's Office of Housing's Acquisition Opportunity Program, and as part of that program, existing tenants have been retained. All of the existing 33 units are deed restricted affordable in perpetuity, and we are excited at the prospect of the existing commercial tenant also being able to stay. So we think this is a great project, and we're happy to provide funding and support it through the Acquisition Opportunity Program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, we can't hear you. Are you speaking?
Hello? Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Zoning Board of Appeal, my name is Diane Klein. I live in Brighton, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Brighton Alston Historical Society. Today I am speaking for our board members to advise the ZBA that we fully support the repairs being done to Warren Hall, including the addition of the 2 residential units on the ground floor. This renovation project will not only improve the existing affordable apartments, but will encompass the restoration and preservation of this important historic building. Thank you.
We have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve. This is a very good candidate for the variances that are being sought.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1689438 with the address of 960A Center Street. If the applicant and or the representative present, will they please explain the case to the board?
Hi, good morning. I am Joseph Wood with New England Design and Construction, and I've come today to the Board of Appeals to seek relief for Article 5, Section 12, insufficient front yard. We are looking to build a accessory structure within the 65 feet from the lot line at the front of the property, and currently our building is looking to be about 42 feet from the street, and this will be a 2-bay unconditioned single-story garage just for parking cars for our wonderful clients Jonathan and Steve Resnick Starch. And so that's the premise of our project, and happy to answer any questions as far as scope goes.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I serve as the Community Engagement Specialist for the Jamaica Plain neighborhood. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 14th. With few concerns, all inquiries were addressed during the meeting with 4 abutters voicing support. Next, the proponent presented to Jamaica Hills Association on June 12th and Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council on July 24th, where they gained a vote of approval. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like we have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with planning department review.
There a second?
I don't want it. Not for a garage.
Okay. All right. So you want to amend that, Mr. Collins?
I'll make
Was this, can I just ask a question? Was this the one also wanting parks review? Is this in the Greenbelt Overlay District?
They'll have to review it anyway, Ms. Panado, but we don't need to do design review on the garage.
Okay. And does our motion need to include review by the Parks and Recreation or no?
No, because it's already in the statute.
Okay, thank you.
That gets picked up again by ISD. Right,
All right. So, Mr. Collins, you want to try that one more time?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1682719 with the address of 42 Doncaster Street. If the applicant and or their representative present, will they please explain to the board?
Hello, my name is Timothy Sheehan. I'm at 9 Wall Street in Charlestown. I am the architect. My client, this is an empty lot. My client bought the house next door at number 42. And they would like to erect a single-family dwelling on this empty lot for their family, right, for his family of 5. If you look at the lot, it's a 40-foot lot, like most of the projects, the lots on that side of Doncaster, but it's skewed, which makes it tough to put a building, it makes it impossible to put a compliant building on it. But our strategy was to do something long and narrow, and since the site drops off, 7 or 8 feet, we could get some decent habitable space in the back, in the basement as well, towards the back with decent light. We'd like to get 2 parking spots and a detached garage at the back of the site. The building, net square feet would be 2854 finished with that basement space. The ISD has it listed as height excessive. It's actually the average, the measurement to the gable is 32.5 feet, so the height is okay in feet. The violation comes because it's not a 2.5-story structure, because of the way we're dormering it out. It would be a 3-story structure, but it would only be 32.5 feet high to the gable, to the medium of that dormer. Basically the lot is narrow, it's 40 feet, but because of the way it skews, we're asking for a left setback, relief. We've held it to 5 feet on that left side of the property, and we've held it 10 feet off the right side of the property where we would get the driveway through. I think that we also did that so it was not as overbearing to the neighbor on the right-hand side. And since my client owns the building on the left-hand side, that was our strategy. We had our neighborhood meeting. That seemed to go okay. And with that, I'll hand it back to questions.
Okay, are there questions from the board?
Can you go over all the violations here?
Sure. There's a height violation, right? And that's because we're not 2.5 stories. There's lot width, and again, it's 40 feet wide, and we wanted to build a 20-foot wide building, narrowing back to 14 feet at the kitchen, projection at the back. Rear yard is fine. Side yard, we have a violation. Front yard, we're okay. Open space, we're under, right? You need 1,800 square feet for 1 unit. We're at 1,450, so we're about 350 square feet under. That's mostly because of the driveway. Height FAR, we are over. It's a 0.5 zone, so we're allowed 2329. We're at 3740, which is about 1.2. We're looking for relief there. Frontage is same for everybody. It's 60 feet. We're only 40 feet, so that's an existing non-conforming situation. We're looking for relief. Lot width, same thing, and that's it.
Thank you.
Can you confirm something? So I see a house on 40 that's labeled 42 Doncaster. So is this a second house on the same parcel? Or
yeah, this is what happened. It should be 42. We haven't. They assigned us 42. I think it's a mistake.
Okay.
42 was there. We'll probably end up being 42A or 44, depending on what they give us. But it
so
is
that's a
separate
separate parcel.
Separate parcel. Same owner, but separate parcel.
And how much space is going to be between those 2 houses?
About 11 feet.
Okay. Other questions from the board?
Yeah, I got one.
Your gross. Sorry, yeah. So I have your gross square footage at 3740. You said your livable square footage is what?
Yeah, livable comes out to about 2854.
And what is that in relation to the house to the right that your client also owns?
I'm going to say, without having measured that, I'm going to guess we're about 30% bigger.
Okay. In the height-wise, are you relevant? Are you about the same height as that building to the?
Yeah, we'd be about 4 or 5 feet high. That's a gambrel. If you look at the elevation, it's a 3-story, but it's a gambrel. It's a little bit lower on the attic. We're doing a straight 45 gable, so we're about 4 or 5 feet higher.
Can we see the plans here?
I'm not seeing. I'm looking at my own. I'm not seeing what's on the screen.
Yeah, I know. We didn't. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Just the nature of the site forced us to go narrow and less square than what they're doing next door because of the skewed nature of the property.
Do we have elevations?
Sure. Yeah, they should be coming up.
Okay.
So the rear of that, from the backyard of that building's about 4 stories high, right?
Yeah, the back, by the time we get back 50 feet, we're almost a straight, with a little bit of digging, we're like a straight walk. I think I did the grades there, but it's a walk out of the back.
Can you walk us through where the garage is, that two-story, the two-car garage?
Yeah, if you pan up again to SL1, it's at the extreme back of the site. Well, you see the elevation, yeah, there you go. Up one more. So Doncaster Street's on the top. The garage would be a 20 by 20 square two-car garage, and that would be at the back of the property. The thought being keeping the garage door off, leaving the curb cut about where it is and keeping the garage door off the front of the house.
Can you speak to the permeable area on this lot?
Yeah, we'd have, wherever you see the green, so we would have, let me tell you right now, give me a second. We'd have 1,450 square feet of grassy permeable area. And, we'd be open to, on the driveway doing pavers, which would give us another 1,324.
Okay, other questions from the board?
The tree that's currently out front on that lot, what's the plan for that mature pine there?
Yeah, I think Gary, you want to speak to that? I don't think it's in the footprint of the house. I think we could keep it. Give me 2 seconds, I'll look at Google Earth. Yeah, I think, Gary, you want to speak to that? But just when I look on Google Earth, and from when I'm there, that's, I think we could keep it. No, it may have to go, actually. It's too close to the building. We're going to be in for the roof ball. I correct myself there.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Tony? Is ONS on? Is there?
You don't have to hear me?
Yes, I didn't hear I do apologize, Madam Chair. I computer muted at that time. I apologize. Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Roslindale Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting held on January 23rd of 2025, where abutters voiced concerns about privacy, the size and location of the driveway, distance to other properties, construction vehicles and time frame of construction, as well as rodent mitigation and landscaping concerns. One abutter did voice opposition, citing the raised concerns. The proponent was not required to meet with the civic group, and we have not received any letters of support nor opposition at this time. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Dr. Wesley? Are you looking to give testimony here? You're on mute if you're speaking.
Can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
My name is Dr. Wesley Manatee. I'm a former school principal with Boston Public Schools. I live on the right side of this property. I just got off the train on the orange line, so please forgive me. I was down at City Hall for the hearing, but I found out it was on Zoom. Anyway, all of the concerns were expressed at the first abutters meeting, but my main concern is that I'm on the right side of this property. There is 3 to 5 feet of setback that needs to be in place, but I don't think that the contractors expressed that this was going to be indeed what was going to be in place. There's a train coming. I'm going to mute myself. Okay, so the train is coming. I'm so sorry. I got off a train that was stalled.
Can you state your whether you're in support or opposition and why?
Okay. Can you hear me if I talk over this train? All right.
So far, if you can let us know,
I,
yes.
am concerned about the amount, the square footage of the lot, which is 4,800. And it's, I think 6,000 is required. So apparently there's a huge building that's going to be put into a very small space. And I'm concerned about that. Originally, we welcomed the family with their children to our neighborhood. We're very, very happy that they bought the property. But their first concern was that they wanted to have space for their children to play. Yet my question is, where are their children going to play if they're building such a huge building onto this lot? Okay. Second concern I have is the Norwest spruce, which is already addressed. It's a century-old, I think, from Norway. It provides privacy and security, and it also is very, very aesthetically pleasing in our neighborhood. It's one of the oldest trees, and I think at the original meeting they were planning to cut this tree down in order to put the driveway through, and I think it's one of the biggest concerns that I have. Then lastly, for aesthetics, I would like to have a hedge, maybe all arborvitae driveway and my property, so we're not looking at a driveway from our kitchen window and our deck. And those are the concerns that I have.
Thank you.
Sorry, we have another raised hand here. Meg, you looking to give testimony for this proposal? I sent a request on media.
Yes, hi, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'm outside. It's a little breezy. So my name's Meg Boulier. I am across the street on Dale. And generally speaking, I support the applicant's desire to build a home. I did send an email as well, but just to articulate my concerns regarding the project. So the architect noted the lot size being fairly typical for the neighborhood, and I don't disagree with that. However, if you look at the homes on Doncaster Street, as I noted in my email, the majority of the homes built on lots of that size with that width and frontage are small bungalows that have conforming floor area ratios. They're probably 1,100 to 1,300 square feet. So while it is not unusual to see this lot be developed, I think the size and nature of the home is a little unusual for the characteristic of the neighborhood. So that is my primary concern, is the floor area ratio variance. Another issue that I saw and have not heard discussed here today is the driveway, which will not have the required zone for privacy foliage. It will be right up against the next door neighbor who lives on the corner of Dale and Doncaster. And the impact to them is that that side yard really functions as their backyard, so they will not have, they'll maybe have a fence between them. So that would be a significant impact to that neighbor. So those are the two main things of concern, and I think it's wonderful that Gary wants to come and join our neighborhood, and I hope to welcome his family. I would just ask that they consider the characteristics of the neighborhood, which were evident and apparent when they bought the property, and design something that's more in keeping with what's already there. Thank you.
We have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to address those concerns briefly?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, our thought with the driveway was we would have a fence. We just don't have the lot width to get that 5-foot buffer strip and get a house on the lot because of the shape of the lot. And as far as the size of the house, yeah, we know where our square footage is. We knew we were going to have to go long, but the thought was to keep it narrow. To keep that, it's 18 feet across the front. We're going to line up with the adjacent house on the left with a similar covered porch, et cetera, come about the same amount of distance out of the ground. And then, the thought was to keep the cars obviously off out of the front of the house, which is traditional for that neighborhood, and to get them at the back of the site. We would have a 6-foot fence on the right side, But as configured, we could not fit that 5-foot buffer zone. And that's it.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, quickly, I guess question or comment. It seems that there's a couple of the requests, the variance requests that are being driven solely by the desire to place a garage on the property. Can you speak to that? Open space side yard, if those were, are those being driven by the garage?
Yeah, I mean, if we had that 400 square feet not covered by the garage, and, and just had a traditional driveway, we wouldn't, we'd have the open space, because that's 20 by 20. To answer that question, so yeah, I mean, and I'm sure that's something my client might be amenable to, if that's a holding point.
Am I able to speak?
Is Gary you? Yep.
I'm not sure if you can see my video.
Can you identify yourself?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Gary Webster. I currently reside at 49 Mather Street in Dorchester. I am the applicant for this project, which is intended to be a primary residence for myself, my wife, and my 3 children. We currently live in a small apartment in Dorchester, and it would be great to free that up for another family. I do just want to address some of the concerns that were mentioned in the hearing. The tree in the front will have to be cut down, but it's also potentially not safe to the existing house. There are roots growing out of the ground that are up, the trees being uprooted. It's been there a long time, but there are safety concerns when it comes to the existing house and this tree. Doncaster Street was developed at different stages, and there are several homes of this size on this street. Actually, the first homes of Doncaster Street were a little bit larger than the ones that were built a little bit later for working class families. The existing home is 2,300 square feet, and then the proposed home will be 2,800 square feet of livable space. We did try to address the neighbor's concern by putting the driveway on the right side of the house. And also, the neighbor on the right side of us has several feet of side yard space, much larger than most lots on the street, which gives them ample, space between our home and theirs, including a high fence for private privacy, and also greenery and trees on that side to maintain the privacy. The driveway is pretty consistent with every house on the street. We're not certain if we're going to put a garage there, but we did want to propose it for the record. But in terms of permeable space and green space, the pavers will be permeable. We intend to use the backyard mostly as play space or for the children, but we'd like that option for a garage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
I'll put a motion of approval with some provisos that the plans be submitted to the planning department for design review, and with particular attention to reducing particular attention to increasing, I should say, the ground level usable open space, which may include either reducing the massing of the primary building dwelling or reducing or eliminating the garage.
Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes, I'll vote yes, and I think it's very important to look at increasing open space, permeable surface, and reducing the size of the garage.
Thank you. The chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1650722 with the address of 19 Sanford Street.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I need to recuse.
Okay. We are a 6-member board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James.
Sorry, Mr. Stenbridge, did you finish reading the
We got the address, and Mr. Christopher is the applicant, so go ahead, Mr. Christopher.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher of 686 Architects with the business address of 10 Forest Road in Braintree. I'm here today on behalf of Helder Rodriguez in 19A Sanford Street. This project was before the board in a different configuration when it was a separate building with 3 units. That proposal was denied. Mr. Rodriguez came into our office and still have a desire to develop the site. So we went and redesigned the project to be the proposal which is before you, which is to add a side addition to the existing structure, creating 2 new residential units. With that, we have some zoning violations, a lot of which are pre-existing non-conformances, but that includes the off-street parking is insufficient in the zone required to have 6. We are proposing 3 spaces. The use itself is forbidden. This is a 1 out of 6,000. We are proposing 5 units. The front yard is required to be 15 feet, and it exists at 8.7 feet. We're not changing that. The rear yard is required to be 40 feet. It exists at 6.8 feet, and we are not changing that. And our building actually, the addition comes in a little. The building height is required to be 35 feet, and we are at 40'3", which is the existing ridge, and we are matching that height. And then the side yards, we have 10 feet is required on the left, and is at the left one facing, we propose to be at 2.5, and the right is existing at 4.2 feet. And then the FAR ratio is accessible. It's required to be 0.5, and we will be at 1.27. If we go to the next slide, please. You can just go to the A drawings. These are primarily the existing drawings. Stop right there, excuse me. This is our proposed site plan here. You can see there is an existing garage. It's essentially a double lot with a curb cut in the middle. We would be maintaining that curb cut and constructing the building over cantilevered parking spaces. If you go to the next slide, that is our proposed site plan, which is hard to see. But that shows the outline of the building. We maintain the rear yard, and we do a little bit of a step in on the side. And then I think if you go to the A drawings, the existing is just a pretty traditional 3-bedroom, 3-decker, all flats. Next slide, please. This is still the existing first floor and garage, second floor and roof, existing 3rd floor and roof of the 3-decker, and then the existing elevations. Going, there's our building section, which shows the building assembly and floor to ceiling heights. Next slide, please. So we are proposing a basement underneath the garage, which would be used for storage. So that would be a structural slab. And then we have open space to the front of the lot, which would provide vehicular access to the existing curb cut. Next slide, please. This illustrates the yard area, and we are proposing to include a fence or a more permanent wall structure along the property line to create some screening and buffering and privacy for that lot. Next slide, please. Then as we go up to the first living level, we'll be reorganizing a little bit of the first floor to rework a bedroom and bathroom of the existing building. Then we would have a 2-bedroom, approximately 1,100 square foot unit in the new structure on the left side of the property with the entry stair and door to the left of the building. You can see that little bump out on the left side there. And in that building, as we get to the closest point of in that section of the building, when we get to the closest point of the property line, it only houses the stairwell, which is not living space. Next slide, please. The upper floor just duplicates the second floor, so we have another additional unit, 3 bedrooms. Next slide, please. This is our roof plan, which just illustrates how the gable dies into the existing roof. And then this is the building in elevation. Next slide, please. And then that's our proposed building section. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Can you talk about how the parking works? I don't quite understand that with the plans.
So if you go to, well, it's basically the building will be cantilevered. So as you park underneath the second and third floor.
Yeah, can you just talk about how the cars maneuver? What are they pull in and back into those spaces?
Yes, they can pull in, and there's if you go to the site, I can show it, but there's maneuverability so that they could pull in and conduct a three-point turn in the site, and they could either nose in or back out of the site and then turn around and pull forward out.
Okay, and why is the rear yard setback changing?
It is not, I misspoke, yeah, it's staying in line with the existing building.
Okay, that's, your plans sort of showed a different rear yard, but the rear yard is not changing.
No, that line is continuous from the existing building out.
Okay. And talk about green space and sort of buffering with your neighbors.
There's not much green space on the site as we work around the building. We have 5 feet of setback from the existing building to the rear. So that would be open space around the side of the building. You have 4'2" on the right side, which we would green and we can plant some shrubs. You'd have a vinyl fence there. We'd fence the entire site with either 6-foot stockade fence, and then we propose that continuous wall and fence at the front of the site to bring it down to the ground and obscure the vehicular view as we walk by.
Thank you. No more questions.
Other questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, one question. I still don't just understand the parking count. I see 3 spaces on the plans. Where are the other 2?
That's 3 spaces is all we have. 6 is required.
Everything says that you have 3 existing with 5 off-street parking.
Yeah, I was confused about that.
That's what I didn't pick up in review of this. So that's both the description of the project and also your plans. I think it's a good creative reuse of adding a couple of units to an existing structure.
I don't. Just look at my application.
But even your plans say in your
that's a typo. It's 3 off-street parking spaces, and we were cited for the 3 spaces.
Okay, well, at least I understand why there are 3 that I'm seeing. So as to whether or not everything was cited correctly, I'll leave that to staff at ISD to make sure. But thank you. That's the only question I had.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mattapan Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on September 24th with no abutters in attendance. Next, the proponent presented to GMNC, the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council, on January 16th, where they voted in opposition of the proposal due to the size and being out of character for the neighborhood. Our office has received 1 letter of opposition with many concerns such as parking, congestion, traffic, landscaping regarding privacy, and a concern for special needs children living on the street during construction. Thank you for your time in the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a butter on. A butter, 19 Sanford, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Sullivan. I live on Temple Street, around the corner, 63 Temple Street. And I was at the first abutter meeting where absolutely everybody was opposed to it for a number of reasons. Now, to look at the plans out of context, it looks like maybe it's a good idea, but that is a very narrow street. There's only parking on one side of the street, which is across the street from this house. And every house around that is a 1-family, maybe a couple of 2 families across the street. You also have a corner right there. This proposed building is 1 house away from the corner of Morton Street, where Washington meets, and Sanford Street. As we speak, that street's a nightmare for several reasons. 1, it's a cut through and to get to Morton Street and avoid lights, et cetera, et cetera. But second, there's no 2 cars cannot pass each other at the same time at that place. So what does that mean? That means that this house right now, it's very disingenuous to call it a two-lot. It's really a three-family, which is really big for the neighborhood, and a garage next to it. So to call it a two-lot, that's really pushing it. So in order for, there's 3 spaces there now, which they have to do some acrobatics to get in. So this 3-point turn and all this other stuff absolutely cannot happen. You know, they want 2.5 feet next to a one-family on the other side. For all of the reasons that everybody else is opposed to this in the neighborhood, I just happened to be at 1010 Mass Ave today, knew when this hearing was going to come, and I am completely opposed to it as well. I really wasn't expecting to give testimony, so I apologize if I'm kind of all over the place. This building is completely out of character for this neighborhood. There are no other 5 families in that neighborhood, not one. And if you have any questions, I'd love to take them, but that's all I can give you.
No, we have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Would the applicant like to comment on that?
We certainly appreciate the traffic concerns. There is no parking on this side of the street. We'd be willing to, and open and to working with BTD and BPD on our parking entry and exit, and to include mirrors or vehicle entry and exit point. We thought that its proximity to Morton Street gave it the ability to have a little bit more density in what is now an underutilized site. And the revised building as it stands is in reaction to the original layout that Helder proceeded with at 3 units. He's reduced a unit and added the parking, which were the primary concerns that he heard in his previous go-through with the community. So, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I will make a motion. I think the majority of the buildings in this area do take up the majority of their lot. So I'm going to recommend approval with design review for the planning department to sort of look at sort of the usable open space.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Lango?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yeah.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1675756 with the address of 241 Columbia Road. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Hi, I'm sorry, there's a raised hand here. Mohammed, are you looking, is this your case? You sent a request to unmute you. Sent a request to unmute you. Receiving a response, I'm not sure. Okay, oh, he just joined as a panelist. Can you unmute yourself when you come on? Mohammed, can you hear us? Hi, Mohammed, if you can hear us, can you unmute yourself if you're here for this case, or if anyone else is on for this case, can try to speak?
Is there anyone else on for 241 Columbia Road? If not, we're gonna keep going and circle back.
Then we will move.
I do see a raised hand, Jessica. Is that the person you're asking for?
No, 1 second.
Winston Cyrus?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can. Are you the applicant?
No, I'm a neighbor to 241.
Okay, well,
Colonial.
we're looking for the applicant. Okay, so in the absence of the applicant being present, Mr. Stenbridge, can you please move forward?
We'll next go to case DOA 166-9678 with the address of 879 to 881 Blue Hill Avenue. If the applicant and or the representative are present, would they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, good morning. My name is Sierra Pena. I am the Chief Operating Officer for 879 Blue Hill Avenue, El Punto Restaurant and Lounge and Function Hall. We did have our abuse meeting in our...
But can you focus on the details of the case first?
Yes.
Not abutters meetings? Thank you.
Yeah. So we are... So this space was approved before for 240 capacity for the restaurant and lounge and 148 for the function hall. So we are not looking to change, but just to transfer the same occupancy and entertainment license to El Punto Restaurant and Lounge. So I do have a presentation. I'm going to go over some of my slides, but for consideration of the board. Honoring Caribbean heritage, the Dominican community in Boston. We are the largest Latino group in Massachusetts, over 40,000 residents statewide, with the majority living in Boston neighborhoods like Dorchester, Mattapan, and Roxbury. Blue Hill Ave, a central hub for Caribbean and Dominican celebrations, drawing over 10,000 attendees for major events each year. They need no year-round venue designed for safe, family-friendly cultural gatherings. El Punto will become Boston's first Dominican-owned entertainment and community hub with structured, permitted operation. We recognize the concerns, so breaking the stigma, we recognize the concerns exist around noise, safety, and disorders sometimes associated with informal gatherings. El Punto is committed to changing that narrative by providing a fully permitted, well-managed venue, professional security and responsible crowd control, clear closing times and operational guidelines, engagement with the civic leaders and neighbors to address any concerns that might come up eventually, and to show that the Dominican culture in Boston is about unity, pride, entrepreneurship, and contribution to the city's growth. El Punto, translated to the point in English, the name reflects our mission to be a gathering point for families, friends, and neighbors, a cultural point where Dominican flavors, music, and traditions meet the wider Boston community, a focal point for a positive community engagement, local talent, and charitable efforts. El Punto is where community culture and connection come together. Our goal is to create a safe, welcoming space that celebrates diversity and enriches the neighborhood. We are not affiliated with any other gatherings, parties, or events that occur on or around American Legion Highway, Talbot Ave, or any other locations known for unauthorized or illegal activities. Our focus is on licensed, permitted, and carefully managed events that follow all city regulations. We prioritize community safety, compliance, and positive contributions to the neighborhood. Any outside activity gatherings unrelated to El Punto are not connected to our business in any way.
Ms. Pena, can you focus on what you're applying for so we can understand the details, like your hours of operations, your layout, like what are the zoning violations? I appreciate your statement. I do want us to get to the heart of what you're applying for.
Yeah, so we do have a liquor license that until 2 a.m. But we are focusing on opening our doors at 3 p.m. for dinner. So it will be for dinner into 10 p.m. And then late night offerings will be from 11 to 1:30. And that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it will be into 12 a.m.
So your hours of operation are 3 p.m. to 2 a.m.? Is that what I heard correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you said Thursday to Mondays, your hours would be 11 a.m. to
No,
1?
3 p.m. It will be the same, 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it will be 3 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Okay. And can you just clarify? So this business you're taking over a space that is vacant?
Correct.
Okay.
So we took over this space and we've been working on it, to be honest, for 2 years now. And just in renovating and emptying out the trash that was here, and it has taken a lot of time, and going through the process has taken a lot of time and money to bring it up to date for us to try to open our doors as soon as possible. They are concerned about parking. We do have parking in the front of the building, at least 10 cars, and then in the back, I believe if it's 30 to 40. I think the landlord they gave him an extravagant number. That's what we were working for. We were meant to fit 60 cars there, but I don't think that's not what it's gonna fit. And then of course the function hall also, I wanted to clarify that as well. The function hall will operate only until 12, just because we don't want the crowd from the function hall and the restaurant lounge exiting at the same time.
Okay, so that's on a daily basis when you're open, the function hall closes. And how are you managing the function hall? Is it like private parties, like you're managing that?
It will be private, yes. And we have a staff designated to be there. We also have a agreement with Bunker Protection Security. That is going to be our security team. We are asking for detail in the back where the parking is going to be, and as well as in the front. And we have a meeting with the captain and lieutenant from B3 tomorrow, also to make sure we get their support and making sure everybody goes home and don't linger around the neighborhood after we close here.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
So you own the building. Do you also own this site where the 30 or 40 parking cars are going to park?
We don't own the building. We have a landlord, so we lease the space, and that space does belong to the building.
What space belongs to the building?
The parking space belongs to the building, so it belongs to the landlord. That we have access to.
Is that part of your lease exclusively?
Yes. Then you have yes. Can you talk a little bit about the layout of the parking?
Is there a slide that shows that?
Yeah. I'm having a hard time seeing where the parking's going to be located exactly.
So there's
is there a slide you can turn to that has that, Ms. Pena?
No, I don't think it's going to be on the plans, but there is a lot in the back of the building that has this space, and then there's a residential home, and then there's another open lot. But
so looking on Google Earth, are we talking about? It looks like there's space on Blue Hill Ave and space on Angel Street. Are those the two areas you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if that
Well, I think it's important to understand who owns those lots and what you're entitled to do on those spaces.
The lot is owned by 879 Blue Hill Avenue LLC, and we do have permission to use the lot for parking.
And is it striped and laid out? That's what I don't understand.
Not yet. Not yet. The landlord is still working on that because they're also been renovating upstairs, but the lot it hasn't been lined yet. But it was paved before. It was just gravel. So now it's paved. So they're just missing to do the lines to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think for something with this kind of capacity, I'd want to see the layout of the parking to really understand how it's going to be used.
Can you also-
And can you also speak to your experience sort of running a large restaurant in a large function hall? And the other thing, it seems like you're asking for live entertainment license as well. Can you speak to your experience running those types of establishments in Boston?
So for me, I have about 13 to 10 years of experience. I worked and managed Mojitos Country Club, where the capacity is 1,000 for the pool, 700 for inside one of the rooms. And I'm also been an event organizer throughout Boston for the last 13 years as a promoter, where I worked in different venues in Lynn, here in Boston. So I also have a business administration and a concentration in public administration bachelor's degree from Southern New Hampshire University as well. So I do have 13 years of experience dealing with large crowd events like this one. I also did hospitality for about 8 years, where we also helped with organizing and staffing conferences throughout Boston as well.
Any other questions, Ms. Bonato?
None for me, thanks.
Can I build on the questions about parking? It looks like there is, like a housing abutting the parking lot on Angel Street. What's the buffering that you're going to be doing there? Like how much space is there between the parking and the residential?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, she's a tenant, so I think, the plans need to come from the landlord to really sort of understand how things will be striped, laid out, how many spaces you could really get there.
Other questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. In terms of the live music, how late would that go? Is that going to be till 2 a.m. On those nights?
Yes, we're trying to be closed by 2 a.m., so it will be 1:30. The latest it will be. One of the benefits of this building is that the music doesn't exit at any to any of the housing around here. And we also we worked with the fire department where we are mandated to have a kill switch for the music in case of any emergency.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So this building is soundproof, basically. That's what I'm saying.
Ms. Turner, did you have a follow-up question?
No, I was just thanking her for her answer.
Okay.
Can you just pull up the plans? I do have a question on egress, so how you exit.
That will be the second slide?
Yeah, walk us through the exits.
So we have a exit, you see the blue lines? That is our main exit. And then we have another exit, emergency exit on Angel Street that goes out to Angel Street. And then we have we have two doors by the kitchen.
Where's the kitchen is on the top of the slide?
Yes.
Okay.
So if someone's in the live music venue, this sort of stage area in the middle, where are their exits?
They have one right by the dance floor. There's a big door there. And then there's another one, you see where it says Nani Scope, because that's a beauty salon that's there. That's another big door there. They're both double doors. Oh, one is double door and one is a single door by the dance floor.
Where's the function hall in relation to this?
It's on that big space in the back that has the bar of the plants by the bathrooms.
Okay. So that doesn't have a separate entry or exit. That's, you're coming into the full restaurant and then you're heading to a private function area? Is that how that works?
So the hall, this blue line is a big spacious hall where you could turn left and go into the restaurant, or if you keep going, you go into the function hall, and then you have the bathrooms.
And is the live entertainment for both function hall and restaurant? And so there could be like two separate, whatever you're doing, I don't know,
Yes.
like bands or whatever. Is that what that means? There could be
Yes.
like multiple, okay. Okay, other questions from the board? We'll take public testimony.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mattapan Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on December 12th, which was very well attended with no issues or concerns raised during the meeting. Next, the proponent presented to Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council, where they voted to oppose the proposal and sent one letter of opposition due to what they believe are concerns related to the lack of a security contracts, no valet service contracts, the potential impact on street parking with it being such a large space for proposed events. For the record, we have asked the proponent to defer, preferably for a short deferral, to allow for further community engagement. Thank you for your time. In the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, again, would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda, you looking to get testimony here?
Hello.
Hi, yep, Amanda, go ahead.
Hi. So I'm a resident on Angel Street, 26 Angel Street, and my main concern was parking. So the area in front of the building, with a capacity of 241, well, occupancy of 241, having parking spaces for 30 cars is not enough. And Angel Street has a lot of multifamily homes, and a lot of them do not have driveways. So, people have to park on the street, and it's already difficult to find parking on the street. I can just imagine it'll be more difficult. The lot behind the building, they are working on, they did pave it, but it's up on a hill. So it's like you have to drive up on, it's not like a flat surface. So there's no way 30 cars can fit there safely with cars being able to get out, because it's not a complete open space because of the sidewalk, and it also is elevated. It's not like a flat surface. There are additional empty lots on the street, but I believe those are owned by the city of Boston, and potentially we're supposed to be building houses on them. So there are residents that may park there sometimes because they can't find parking, especially during summertime when they have the Dominican festival on American Legion. So they're out to have to park in those lots, but those lots aren't, they're not for people to park in. So those wouldn't be, I know she did mention that those are additional lots, but they're not lots for parking. My other concern was security, with having alcohol being served and people in people in a large gathering. Is the security 24 hours? Or is the security only there when music, when you have entertainment? How is the security? What kind of security? Is it like a Boston police officer? Is it just, how well is the security going to be able to manage the event, the aftermath, especially since there is alcohol being served? And I also had a question about trash disposal. I know the lot in front of, so there's a tire company, and then there's a lot. So that tire company has a bunch of cars in that park in that lot. And there's also a church across the street. And that church across the street on Sundays, the members, because there's no parking on Blue Hill Ave, there's no parking around there at all. So a lot of the people who go to the church will park inside of that parking lot that that she's talking about in front of the building.
Ma'am, can I ask you a quick question as a resident of Angel? Are those residential parking permit only on Angel, or is that open parking?
So the street is, on Angel Street, it's not permit parking. It's just parking
Anyone can park?
Anyone can park there, yes.
Okay.
And so, like I said, when people, like I would see people from church, they'll park on Angel Street and walk across the street to go to the church because there's no parking on Blue Hill Ave, even for the church across the street. And then in front of where the entertainment building is, there's also right next to it, they share a parking area with a tire company. This company fixes tires, so there's always cars there too. So I just don't see how that holds so many people and you only have parking for 30 cars. People that live on Angel.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. Can the applicant briefly address the concerns around parking and the live entertainment?
Yeah, so for the security, the contract is for us to have 4 security during the daytime, and that will increase to 9 during regular weekends, and if we have events, it will add to at least 14 or to 16, depending on reservations. We do have the cars are parked there. The tire shop knows that it's only until we open, so that needs to be cleared out once we become operational for the restaurant. And in regards to the trash, we already paid our company to pick up our trash, but we will also make sure that around the building everything's neat. We have spent a lot of money on pest control. We want to make sure that after we open, we keep rats away as well. And then, like I mentioned, for when everything breaks down, we do have a meeting with the captain tomorrow to see how BPD could assist us with that. And we also have, like I mentioned, the detail that are going to make sure that people, as soon as they leave the premises, they go home and they don't stay lingering around the business.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I have a question, Madam Chair. Could you just explain the status of the liquor license?
We are fully approved into 2 a.m. Full liquor license into 2 a.m.
So have you already gone through a process with the city you've already gone through all of your approvals and other hearings and anything? Okay.
And just we also had that license for 2 years. That was the first license that was awarded to us, to be honest.
And can you just confirm, because what is your actual closing time?
We are permitted into 2 a.m. We don't have the capacity to run into 2 a.m. every day, so we're going to do until 12. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then into 2 a.m. on the weekends.
But you're saying your license could allow you to go till 2 a.m. every day?
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
No, Jerome Fraser, I want to speak. Hello.
I'm sorry, are you?
I'm on a panelist.
Are you part of the applicant, or are you an abutter who wants to speak?
I'm an abutter.
Okay, please be brief, because we had asked for that already.
No, you asked. I did speak up, but first of all, my name is Jerome Fraser, and I want to say that I thank you so much, madam, for giving me the opportunity. Ms. Pino, I just want to say to you, your license is suspended. Also, the parking that was at the church, there are actually 14 different letters opposing. Also, I want to say that I walked Calendar, Angel. Not one person on Angel Street was notified of this meeting. Not only that, I got the abutter in front of you, Maria, who's at 15 Angel, and 18 right next door to you, never knew anything about this meeting. Furthermore, the pastor of the church where you were supposed to park, Brenda White, sent a letter into the city, it's on record, that there's no longer you can park there. Ms. Pino, let me just say this to you. The reason why the parking wasn't an issue, the accountant for the church made a statement to the city that you could park there at 308 Harvard Street. That was false. The pastor sent a letter in yesterday stating that there's no parking there. Furthermore, your cars that you say that space is not yours. That space belongs to the tire shop. That's not your space.
So
Wait. Go ahead.
Please wrap up.
I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up and say that not one person received any notice of a meeting today that was handed out on Andrew Street, Calendar Street, and Blue Ave.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion? Excuse me.
Do I have time to respond to him, or?
I'm going to make a motion to defer. I think that I think we want to see this space activated, and it sounds like a great venue for entertainment and for families, and a nice new restaurant, and a space that's currently vacant and needs activation. So the concept, I think, is a good one. I think I need more information about the parking, both the plans, and so I'd recommend a short deferral so that there could be more community process. It sounds like there's a lot of letters in the file from abutters who also say they haven't been engaged. So my motion is for a deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenberg?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, the motion carries. Caroline, do you have some dates?
We could do May 6th, May 20th, or June 3rd.
Ms. Pena, does any of those work for you? Does that give you enough time for the requests, the parking plan, and additional community engagement?
Yes, May 6th, please.
May 6th? Okay.
We do have an in-person meeting on Thursday, by the way, with the neighborhood.
Excellent. Thank you
It's
so
getting
much.
organized with Brian Warrell.
Great. We will see you on May 6th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we continue, since it is after 11 a.m., we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 a.m. timeframe.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge, 90 to 92 Perthshire Road, and then also companion case 94 to 100 Perthshire Road.
So that would be, two cases, excuse me, would be for case BOA 1690482 with the address of 90 to 92 Perthshire Road. Along with that would be for case BOA 1690484. The address of 94 to 100 Perthshire Road. Would you go ahead and explain to the board, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci. Business address of 168 H Street, first floor, South Boston. I am here requesting a short deferral. There were changes made to the plans, which resulted in a new zoning violation and some violations removed. We just need to have this re-advertised, so hoping for a short deferral on this.
Caroline?
Yeah, so we have for April 29th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to April the 29th.
Is there a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. See you then.
Thank you.
Are there any further requests for withdrawal or deferral from the 11 o'clock timeframe?
And Mr. Stenbridge, I have an 11:30 deferral. Is that okay?
We'll come back to you when it's after 11:30.
Okay.
Okay, so with that, we will go back to the 9:30 cases. We'll go to case BOA 168-4195 with the address of 137 Pleasant Street. If the applicant and the representative are present, will they please explain?
Thank you, Ms. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicant Joshua Bloomberg, and with me I have the architect Beth McDougall to answer any questions. This is a proposal at 137 Pleasant Street in Dorchester to change the occupancy from a 3-family dwelling, which is existing, to a multifamily residential by changing to 5 units via renovations to create those units in the basement level. What you're looking at is it's the corner building at 137 Pleasant Street right now. You can see there's a grade change as you go from the front to the back of the building. The proposal is to create those 2 units in the basement. There would have multiple egress. The basement would be fully sprinklered for these new units. And there's 8-foot ceiling height from floor to ceiling for those new units. The particular district is in the Dorchester neighborhood. It's a 3F 5000. We're not changing the contours of the existing structure. This proposal is in line with the BPDA's recommendations to create new housing within existing buildings and keeping the footprint of that building. The layout, if we go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador, and that just shows you the site plan. If we go one more, we'll start to get into the plans. If you go to the next slide, please. The basement, as was mentioned, would contain the 2 units. Both of them are, one is Unit A, 465 square foot, 1 bedroom, and Unit B is a 426 square foot, 1 bedroom. As I mentioned, those would have 8-foot floor to ceiling height, a dedicated sprinkler room in the basement, and mechanical area. The first floor unit and second and third would remain the same. Those are 3-bedroom units, all at 1,214 square feet. Those units would remain exactly the same. We would be just creating a space for stairwells. That is the only other work to be proposed on the site. We did work with our neighbors and got the Jones Hill Association, which voted in support of the proposal. The violations that were mentioned, there's 3 off-street parking. Obviously, we're keeping the building. There is no parking existing on the site, and 1.25 would be required under the code, although we are right near multiple MBTA bus stops on the block and area. The use, just because it's going from 3F to multifamily residential, is forbidden, so we require a use variance, and then the increase of the FAR from that space. As I mentioned, everything is contained within the existing structure of the building, and with that, I can answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting held on January 23rd with few abutters in attendance. There were no questions asked, and only one concern mentions as to the location of the retaining wall and the decor. Next, the proponent presented to Jones Hill Civic Association, where they voted to support the project. We've received no letters of opposition, no support at this time. Thank you for your time in the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you looking to give test? Oh, Jonathan, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for the project. I'm a direct abutter, and we're seeing in our neighborhood the need for these smaller type units.
Just state your name and address.
Jonathan Canoyer, 7 Downer Ave.
Thanks. Adam?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm representing ownership of the 200 Hancock Street building, which is an abutter to the site. I'm also a 40-year resident down the street at 21 Troll Street. I just want to say that Josh has been an excellent neighbor to us. Definitely see a true need in this city for more quality housing, especially in this area. And I'm hugely supportive of the project. Thank you.
We have no additional raised hands.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Next we have case BOA 1674856 with the address of 33 Worcester Street. It's the applicants and/or their representative are present. Will they please explain the case to the board?
I think we missed Ackerley.
Yeah, 5 to 7 Ackley. 5 to 7 and 9 to 11 Ackley. Place.
My apologies, folks. So we'll turn to case BOA, two companion cases. Case BOA 1686754 with the address of 5 to 7 Ackley Place. Along with that is case BOA 1686755 with the address of 9 to 11 Ackley Place. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please place the board?
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicant at 5-7 and 9-11 Ackley Place in the Jamaica Plains section of Boston. With me, I also have Michael Wang, who's the architect on the project, who's here to answer any questions that the board may have. Again, this is a proposal, and you're looking at the proposed rendering of the 2 new buildings. It's to demo the existing 2-story residential building and erect 2 new 3-story buildings, townhouse style, with 2 units in each building for a total of 4. And 2 exterior parking spaces behind each building for a total of 4. These would have 2 buildings on 1 lot with a curb cut to access the parking in the middle between the 2. This particular area is zoned as a 3F 4,000. Our lot size is 5,702.5 square feet. Just to point out, if we go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador, right here, perfect. That is the existing structure. So the current building, it is already a 4-unit. It's a smaller building, but it's a 4-unit structure. It's been uninhabitable for a while now since my client bought it. It does not meet building code requirements, accessibility requirements, and the units are very small and tight inside. The idea was to raise the existing structure, keeping the dimensions of the building, but just going up by way of vertical addition to create family-sized 3-bedroom townhouse style units and brand new housing stock for the area. If you look at, if we go to the next slide, Madam Ambassador, you can just see surrounding context. So there are a number of 3 families, condo next to us, health community center across the street as well. And you can see all of the aerial view of the different buildings, all of which are higher than the existing structure as it stands now. If we can go to the next slide, please. This just shows you right on the site, there are 2 curb cuts and 2 separate driveways. The idea when we created the new structure was to go up, but not to lose this rear setback. So we still maintain a lot of the green space in the back. We also create 4 full-size parking spaces, and we close off the curb cuts on either side just to create 1 curb cut in the middle. And we worked on all of this with ESNA, the Civic Association, Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, as well as our abutters and neighbors. We also wanted to keep setbacks from our neighbors on the side and in the rear. If we go to the next slide, please. And this just shows context of the new buildings in relation to the structures around us. So you can see the large 3-family buildings that are higher than our building. You can see the condo building. There is a 1-family next to us, and we maintained that side setback for them as well. Our rear setback is 20 feet 3 inches, which is actually what we're at. We're close to where we're at now with the existing structure as well, and we maintained a 35-foot height requirement, which is allowed in this area, even though we went up, really to meet the needs of the neighbors around us. If we go to the next slide, please. And these are just showing different renderings in relation to the buildings around us and streetscape view. If we go to the next slide, please. And one more. This shows you the back of the building, so you can see where the entranceway is down the middle between the 2 buildings. We had agreed to put pavers along the walkways, and we have the 4 spaces, but you can also see the large area of green space. We also agreed to put new fencing for our neighbor in the back as well, which you can see in the aerial view. If we go to the next slide, please. And then again, this is just showing more context for the side next to our neighbors. Next slide, please. And you can go right to the next one, Madam Ambassador, because now we should start getting into the plans. All of these, the 4 units are 1,936 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, and a finished basement. In the basement level, there's storage, mechanical, and a half bath with a den area. First floor would have, these are all identical, living, dining, and kitchen. 4 exterior parking spaces. As was mentioned, the driveway is a 10-foot driveway, which is the minimum required. Second floor would have 2 bedrooms and 1 bath, and then the master bath and bedroom on the top floor. And all of these are identical. As we went through neighborhood process, we actually reduced the size of the original units, cutting down gross square footage and reducing FAR. We originally had come with interior garages, which folks wanted us to remove, and we relocated that to parking spaces to the rear, which brought down height on the building. We consolidated 4 curb cuts that are existing now into 1 down the middle. We increased our east side yard setback for our neighbor, and we increased the rear yard setback on the property as we went through the proposal. I mentioned the support from the civic associations. Just to go over some of the zoning summary. This is a 3F district. We already have 4 units on site, but we are creating 4 new ones, so we do need a use variance. We need lot size. We're slightly under at 5,702 square feet. 6,000 would be required. We have an FAR variance. We're at 1.36, down from 1.5 we're originally at. Usable open space, we're at 2,159 square feet, and existing is roughly 3,000, so we're not far off from what we have on the site now. Front setback, we actually met the requirement early on, but based on neighborhood feedback, we pulled the building away to give additional rear yard space. Our rear yard setback is now at 20 feet 3 inches. What would be required is 20 feet, so we do not have a rear yard violation. And then building height, we're allowed for 3 stories, which we're building at 35 feet, and 4 parking spaces is what we're providing, but 1.25 would be required, so we do need a parking variance as part of the proposal as well. We're maintaining the existing vegetation and trees on the site. There's very few in the back, so nothing has to come down in the rear of the property. With that, I can pause. I just want to point out we did work with our neighbors, I mentioned, on fencing, on pavers, and then if we were to be approved, we agreed to keep our construction materials on the existing site during the construction process and to keep our neighbors informed of the construction schedule. With that, I know there's a lot of information. I can pause and we can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yes, good morning. I have a question. Can you speak a little bit more specifically about the setback and why you changed, like what community feedback you received to change it to lessen it?
So we originally had come with a project that looked differently as well. So it was larger. And we just, our neighbor in the rear, just for privacy purposes, asked if, we could maintain a greater setback, which we agreed to. And so we went from our previous iteration was at 11.1 feet, and now we're at over the requirement of 20 feet. 3 inches, and it was really to accommodate neighbors. On the side setback, we increased from 8.4 feet to 10 feet on the left side to again accommodate neighbors that just wanted additional privacy to their site. But just to point out, Ms. Turner, that we really tried to, right now there's 4 units, we're keeping a 4-unit count. The building is getting higher by going up, but we really tried to maintain the footprint of the building with the setbacks as much as we could.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I got one small question. I just need to know, is this ownership or rental properties?
Thank you, Ms. Langham, and I should have mentioned that. These are going to be condos. The owner is actually, he's a medical doctor moving into one of the units as well.
Okay, thank you.
With that, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Jamaica Plain Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of 2 abutters meetings facilitated on August 19th and September 26th. The first meeting was not well received, with the abutters voicing concerns regarding the size of the proposal and not fitting the character of the neighborhood, sewage and drainage concerns with the added building on the water and sewage line, stating the area works very differently than other neighborhoods. At the second meeting, an abutter expressed gratitude for the response to their request to make changes and the changes that were made. Abutters again voiced concerns regarding the size of the proposal, parking, construction, timeframes, both demo and build. And lastly, the sewage drainage again. Next, the proponent presented to Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, where they voted to approve the proposal. We've received no letters of opposition or support at this time. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
Wait a minute.
Okay. With that, there is no raised hand, or is there a raised hand?
I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And I'm just going to remind applicants that we still have almost 20 cases left, so I'm going to ask you to focus. Thank you. Mr. Snowbridge?
Yes, Madam Chair. At this time, we'll ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11:30 timeframe.
Good morning, Mr. Stembridge. Yes, 679 Cummins Highway, you rediscussion.
So that would be for case BOA 163-1614, the address of 679 Cummins Highway.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Chavez, address 26 on Hill Park in Dorchester. I'm the architect and representative for the project. We were asked to defer again to April 8th, and I've already signed us up for that. There was another, we were supposed to present an issue back in January. There was an issue with the advertisement. They had to reissue that for today. There was another issue, some other admin error. And so they've signed us up to the April 8th, and I was just told to let you all know that I'm going to be back in 2 weeks again.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to April the 8th.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Lyman?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. See you then.
Thank you. See you then.
Are there any further requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11:30 rediscussion? With that, then we'll return to 9:30. We'll move on to case BOA 1674856 with the address of 33 Worcester Street. The applicant and or their representative are present. Will they please explain to the board?
Hi, this is Ivan.
Oh, good.
Go ahead, Crystal, go ahead.
No, just want to see you. Oh, sorry. Ivan, I'll just present our project very quickly here. Libby, did you want to speak up first, or did you? I can't tell if you can come off mute.
Who's the applicant? Is the applicant here to present?
Hi, I am off mute now, sorry. My name is Libby Signell. I am the owner of Unit 4 at 33 Worcester Street in Boston with my husband Richard. Crystal is the owner of Unit 3, 33 Worcester Street. We are both planning to build decks off of our units in the back of the building. We are here also with our contractor, David McGrath, and with our architect, Ivan Hernandez, to answer questions. We are here because we do a violation for zoning for Article 64, Section 9.4, because the decks that we are proposing are above the first floor, exceed 50 square feet, and are off the rear of the building. So Crystal is going to present the project as we have it planned. So Crystal.
Thanks, Libby. As Libby said, I'm the owner of Unit 3, one of the two units who are proposing to build two rear-facing decks. If you can just go to the next slide here. So this is just a picture of the backside of our building currently as it stands with a red box around our specific building, 33 Worcester Street. 5 units, all owner occupied, and as noted, units 3 and 4 are proposing to build new decks. Next slide. So this is just an overview of the proposed plans. I'll zoom in on a couple of important aspects here in just a moment so everybody viewing can see a little bit better. So on the left-hand side of the screen here, you can see the design both straight from the back of the building as well as the lateral aspects as well. The gray arrow indicates the current existing deck off of Unit 2, and then the reddish or peach arrow indicates the 2 proposed decks to be built in a stacked fashion above the existing deck. You can just go to the next slide here. So this is just a close-up of exactly what I was just showing. Again, noting the 2 proposed decks is on top of the existing deck. They are 6 feet in depth and the same length as the current deck. As you can see here in the middle of the image, it appears that the deck sort of extends beyond the current existing deck, but I'd like to point out that those are actually the sort of the fire escape or egresses that currently exist between our units and the neighboring units. And so our plan is to build those into the side of the deck so that we still maintain the fire escape egress for both of our units, laterally, both left and right. But the actual footprint is the same laterality as the existing deck plan. Next slide, please. And then this is just a close-up of the bottom portion of the proposed plan. So it's looking here sort of at the left side of the image. What I've highlighted here is sort of starting from the left side of the image, the existing deck with the existing 6x6 steel support beam traveling to the ground. And then as noted, what is proposed to be the new 4x4 steel support beam from our proposed decks. I'll note that the plan, it's not quite clear here on the image, but the plan would be for the supporting beam to land on the current support, steel beam support of the existing deck. And then underneath that provide additional support to the overall structure, again with the supporting beam from the existing horizontal support beam down to the ground on the garden level. Next slide, please. So this is just a zoomed out view. I'll show you zoomed in a second of all of our property lines as they relate to our building and the proposed deck. If you can go to the next slide, I'll show you a little bit of a closer image. So as you can see here, I've outlined in red the current, our property lines, and then in blue is the existing deck footprint. And then the green line here is our proposed deck. Again, to sort of highlight that we come about 6 feet out from the building, and then the same length of the existing deck structure. Really, the sort of point of the slide is to highlight the reality that, you know, our initial intention was to build the supporting posts lateral to both sides of the existing deck so as to not impact the current structure. However, once we reviewed the property lines, and reviewed with our architect Ivan, who's on the call here, there isn't a remaining space on our property to build the posts down around the existing building, and so, or the existing deck, and so the plan is to create the stacked deck structure. And then I think just one more slide here. Can you slide down one more? Yes, this is just the last slide, just to show an example, you know, in a 2-block radius, or 1-block radius really, a block in either direction from our current residence. These are just pictures as examples of the stacked deck structure that we are intending to replicate at our residence as well. So that's an overall presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't know, Ivan, if you have anything you'd like to add to that as the architect here.
No, I think you've explained it very well. If there are any questions that the board has, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 33 Worcester Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting on 2/5/25, which was attended by about 6 constituents. The primary feedback from this meeting was mixed, with some neighbors opposing the project due to the type of deck build, sight lines, and the character of the neighborhood, while other neighbors expressed support regarding the project, understanding that several neighbors in the south end seek to add these types of decks to their properties and have no qualms about this particular project. Ultimately, I have received 2 letters in opposition and 2 letters in support of the proposal. Additionally, the proposal was connected with the Blackstone Franklin Neighborhood Association, which does not involve themselves in residential proposals. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's decision at this time. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, and it looks like we have we do have a few raised hands here. Doris, and then Michael, and then Justin.
Thank you, Madam Board, Chair and members of the board. My name is Doris Yarovich. I am a resident of 33 Worcester Street. I am the owner of the condo, which has the existing deck, which you saw on the plans that were constructed. And I have this proposal. I have tried.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say you were supporting or opposing?
I am opposing. Can you hear me?
No, we can't. Thank you.
Okay. I'm opposing this proposal, which, for multiple reasons, but I own the condo directly below these two units. And I have asked my neighbors for the least intrusive plan on my existing deck. They do not have an easement that passes physically through my deck. Our condo docs are very clear on this. And they are proposing to cut the wrought iron railing of my existing deck, as well as, cut into the deck with posts. Our condo docs also specify that there can be no exterior modifications to the building without 75% approval from the condo board. And when they are also proposing to turn windows into doors in our building, a modification which I voted against, I carry 30%, a little over 30% of our vote, so that should have meant that they needed to come up with plans that did not make these changes, but they went ahead with their current proposal. They have also disregarded other neighbors who expressed concern about having these posts. They showed you pictures of other neighbors who have decks like the ones they're proposing, but I will point out that those were all built before the zoning code changed. So, for example, the whole point of having the zoning code change was to preserve the historic character of our neighborhood, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. And there are other ways that they could undertake this project, which they have chosen not to pursue. They're prioritizing their enjoyment of their unit.
Wrap up.
My unit, and I would just say, one of the owners is also, it's a second home, so, this is my only home. I'm there all the time, so this would really impact my quality of life, so I oppose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go to second. Justin and then Michael.
Are you in the same household as the previous speaker?
So at one point I was. I'm now just a Boston resident.
Okay, can we move on to the others who I assume are abutters as well?
Yep. Michael?
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I have a little cold. Thank you for having us provide feedback. I am in opposition of the plans as designed. I'm at
And what's your address?
37 Wester Street.
Thank you.
I'm in Unit 1 and I represent the building. So I did attend the meeting, I reviewed the plans. I also have a copy of the plans. The posts for the decks are obtrusive, and I think they change the character of the back of our street. Most new cantilever decks, which I installed on another building that I'm part of. Most new decks seem to have a different way of attaching to the building, via the cantilevered method, not the posts. So that plan has not been presented to us, and I think our building would be in opposition of the decks as designed for our letter.
Thank you. And if the other raised hands are part of the same building, if you're not adding new information, I'd ask you to put it in the chat. Who's next?
Kathleen?
Yes, thank you. My name is Kathleen Stone. I live at 16 Union Park in Boston, also part of the South End. I'm not a direct abutter, but I live in this historic neighborhood, and I wish to comment on the reasons that this proposal should not be allowed. One is the general historic nature of the neighborhood, and the point of the zoning regulations is to preserve that, and this would be a direct affront on that historic quality of the neighborhood. Second, if body were to approve this, it would be in direct violation of the condominium documents, as I understand them, by allowing posts to be put through another privately owned deck on Unit 2. And to have the post go through that and to allow cutting into the wrought iron, I think would be a direct affront to those condominium documents. And I don't think that it's this committee's purview to overrule private condominium documents. So with that, I would say I am opposed to this proposal.
Thank you.
Enrique and then Lee?
Yes, this is, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Enrique Yaptenko at 33 Worcester Street, Unit 1. I'm the owner there. The way I interpret the condo docs is that...
So we've already heard from Unit 1 and we understand that issue, so I'm going to keep us moving unless you have something new to add.
No, that was Unit 2. I'm in Unit 1.
Okay.
Unit 2 was Doris, is Doris,
Okay.
and Unit 1 is myself.
Okay, sorry
I'm
about that.
on the ground. I'm on the ground level, basically the garden level. And the easement, of course, goes all the way down. Easement on the decks for Unit 3 and 4, and 2 for that matter, back in the day, go all the way down to the garden level, to my patio, which is deeded to me. And yes, it's left to, I guess, lawyers to interpret it, but I fail to imagine giving rights, building rights to decks to Unit 3 and 4 with easements all the way down to the ground floor. And that means that the easement doesn't go through whatever is above the patio and whatever is below Unit 3 and 4. I don't imagine there was any intention for anyone to build something that would block that easement.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to the last person. Lee?
Yeah, hi, thank you. So my name is Lee Watkins. I live at 35 Worcester Street, Unit 1, the ground floor or the basement unit. And so I am also in opposition, or my wife and I are also in opposition for many of the reasons stated. But as I've mentioned in the letter I sent forward, I'm concerned, one, about the visual impact or the historic character of the neighbourhood, because this is clearly visible from Shawmut Avenue, so it would not be in keeping with the neighbourhood. And then potentially the loss of light and air for the neighbours below and around, that I think needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
I'll start with the raised hands.
Thank you. So can the applicant please briefly address this? So again, we're not here to arbitrate your legal or condo doc matters, but please briefly respond.
Yeah, just very brief response. We did, in the first step, reach out to the Landmarks Commission to review whether we needed approval from the commission, and they said because it is an alley facing and because it is below the top of the building, that it is exempt from review from the from the Landmarks Commission. And then regarding plans related to potential alternative designs, a cantilever design was discussed among our building owners at several prior meetings, and all the owners except for Unit 2 expressed concerns with cantilever designs given the significantly increased structural requirements of that design. And the question of whether voting was necessary on doors as well was discussed as well, and the owners determined that it wasn't. It was part of the deck rights. We provide to the city. I know this isn't the part to arbitrate any of our condo docs. We provide to the city a legal review of all of the documents as well. It should be part of the application.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Hampton, do you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. Historically, when we have supported these rear decks, we have always maintained that these would be cantilevered, 6-foot maximum depth. If you look at our recommendations through the years and even decades, this has been a consistent recommendation for us. So if the board feels that they are going to approve these rear decks, that we would ask for a proviso that they be cantilevered in a maximum of 6 feet.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the proviso that the decks are cantilevered and 6 feet maximum. 6 feet.
And do you want BPD review, Jeff? Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, with
Hearing none.
review, just to be safe.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Madam Chair, I believe we had a request to return for the withdrawal of deferral.
Or deferral, yes. Is Mr. Melton still on, making that request?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
What address? So that we
Good
can-
morning. Address is 36 Akron Street.
Okay, Mr. Stenbridge?
So that would be for, this request is for case BOA 1591933 with the address of 36 Akron Street. Would you go ahead and explain, please?
Yes, I'm Andrew Melton, one of the architects, Melton Foray. We are deferring once again. We met with the Roxbury Neighborhood Council on the 27th of February, and they had some more concerns. So we are actually redesigning the exterior of the proposed building. So we need time for that and to meet with the RNC once again.
Okay. Caroline, what dates do we have?
We could do May 20th, June 3rd, June 24th, July 8th, or further I can also provide dates for.
May 20th would be the earliest?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's pencil that in. That'd be great, thank you.
May I have a motion?
Motion to defer to May 20th.
There's a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. See you then.
And at this time, we'll also ask if there are any requests for withdrawal or deferral from the interpretation cases scheduled for 12 o'clock.
Those are going to go forward, Mr. Stenbridge. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Attorney Lenz. Then with that, we will return to 9:30, and with that, we'll go to case BOA 1652789 with the address of 65 East Cottage Street. The applicant and the other representative are present. Will they please explain to the board?
Yes, hello, my name is Andrew Clark from Expose Signs, 3 Landing Lane, Hopedale, Massachusetts, representing Indigo Block Apartments, LLC. We are asking for relief from Article 65, Section 40, from a ground sign in the Zone LI District. The location of this lot and the placement of it, it's a very narrow lot, so it creates a hardship where there are tenants and even a T-stop further in on the lot, T-stop access, and there's inadequate space on allowable signage to identify for first responders and anybody visiting that who's in this lot. So they're looking for a small ground sign if they in the allowable area of if they were allowed a sign, they have a 33 square feet. It's to be placed at the entrance of the lot, and it's to identify the apartment complex, the tenants, and the T-stop there. There is, that's it. If there's any questions, I appreciate the board, and thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an ONS subcommittee notification flyer. To date, our office has received 2 letters of opposition, both stating the sign will create light pollution as well as concerns for the appearance and character of the neighborhood with the possibility of reduced property values due to the sign. The proponent was not required to present for a civic group. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their turn.
We have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
This is a lighted sign. Can you talk about that? Or is it just?
It is, the panels are illuminated, internally illuminated. It's only 14.6 square feet per side. It will be an LED illumination. We can put a dimmer switch in there to if there is some concern about illumination, but it is a very small sign, and it's just to identify the tenants and the location, including the T-stop for first responders and people seeking the entrance. And there is no option on a wall sign, which are allowable, because there is no wall that faces both directions for traffic. So this is the only circumstance that we can use to identify the property.
So the lights are on 24/7, or you?
They can be put on timers as well. Because it is a T-stop, it would have to be on to, has T-stop access. We would want it to be on for a period of time, but we can certainly put a timer and dimmers and things like that if there was some concern about light pollution in the.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like a sort of a nighttime issue.
Yep. Certainly, we can accommodate that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
We don't need public testimony on this.
Oh, sorry. It's a long day. No, we did do public testimony. Jean, don't.
We did? We did? Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Don't?
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. We did do public testimony, so is there a motion? That might want to include some timing issues on lighting.
Sure. I put forward a motion of approval with the proviso that ends are submitted to the planning department for design review, as well as some provisions made around lighting for timing, so that there's not light pollution at night.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. And I'm going to remind us, we still have a lot of cases, and I know this is Article 80, so please be pithy.
Next, we have case BOA 1688989 with the address of 246 to 248 Dorchester Avenue. As Madam Chair mentioned, this is an Article 80 case. So if the applicant and or the representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Mr. Hanley, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I got the message. Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley, representing the longtime owner and longtime approved proponent of a new hotel site at 248 Dorchester Avenue in South Boston. That is Jason Sancada, who's the principal owner. Also, Michael LeBlanc is with us, who is from UTL Architects. And I'll take you very quickly through the beginning of the presentation and then ask Michael to go quickly through the plans. Next slide, please, Madam Chair. So as you'll see in the second page, the scheme comparison. Next page, this is Mr. Stenberg indicated, Article 80 project approved in 2018 by the BPDA for 159 key hotel with a GFA of around 87,000 gross square feet and 109 feet in height. We were hit with a global pandemic that essentially decimated the hotel market after that. That has now come back. The market has come back, fortunately, and my client has made some improvements to the approved project, which remains current as extended by this board. The improvements necessitate the very same relief that was granted and is current, maintains the same height and the same gross square footage, and minimizes certain impacts for the overall program and improves the site circulation. Next slide, please. So just some real quick statistics. The lot that is part of a subdivision, which is part of the improvement to this notice of project change, a little over 16,000 square feet. It was about 22 before. Floor area, the exact same. The resulting FAR of 5.23 does go up, but we now have common ownership of the lot to the left at 220 Dot Ave, which goes to the intersection of West 5th. And so this subdivision, while it necessitates a little more FAR, it minimizes impacts and improves site circulation and the like. Still, this program, 169 rooms, and what you'll see is by lessening the impacts, we have removed the ballroom, which obviously would have had a lot more traffic and the like. And we've included a building that is, a skinnier in design and presents less impacts with respect to heights and the like, even though it's the same height. We're also introducing an extended stay component here, which is consistent with where the hotel market has come back from and is going. 31 parking spaces and 42 total bike spaces. These project benefits, this is in a walk shed, which you'll see it's about 2.5 blocks from the MBTA station at West Broadway. The sidewalks are now deficient, inaccessible, and we're going to be improving that, including some traffic calming measures, restriping, and also making a dip payment, as this is a commercial use, of over $700,000 to fund jobs and housing creation through that program with the BPDA. Next slide, please. So just quickly, you'll see the site here. It is currently an enterprise rent-a-car site, and we've been at this for almost 10 years now, talking about introducing a hotel here at the site. You'll see in the hash, the middle line between proposed subdivision. In 2018 is approved. We did not have control of the site to the left, and now we do, and you'll see how that improves the ability for us to now build the hotel, again, with the same height, same gross square footage, but improved circumstances. And obviously, you'll see that the entire site now is impervious and will receive significant benefits by its upgrade. Next slide, please. So for the zoning, I had mentioned we are in a M1 zoning district, an industrial manufacturing zoning district, but we're also within the city's plan .av, which was adopted in 2016 and was instructive to the approvals in 2018 for this, as well as the notice of project change. This would be the first much needed hospitality hotel use within the .av, plan .av area. We're in its use zone 3, what's called an edge zone. So it's very much about having this type of height and activation along Dorchester Ave paired with improvements. So you'll see the relief is the exact same areas of relief that was granted in 2018 and extended. The FAR is adjusted slightly by virtue of the subdivision, and the building height is exactly the same as approved. Next slide shows you the refusal letter, which I don't need to go into. It just reflects what I just outlined, and I will hand it off to Michael Util to take you very quickly through the remainder of the presentation. Michael?
Great, thank you, Joe. Michael LeBlanc, principal at Util. Let me just quickly go through this slide comparison. This shows the approved scheme on the left, and that cute little graphic of scissors here is kind of explaining that what we're doing to the building is essentially moving it to the southern end of the site. We're removing some of the more intense event and corporate uses, which were intended to be on the upper floors of this. That allows us to lower our floor-to-floor heights throughout the building, and it allows us to reduce the overall massing of the building while keeping the same amount of gross square footage. Next slide. Just wanted to quickly hit the main points of the .av plan and our compliance with it. In terms of height, we're allowed 120 feet here. We're only asking for 109 feet. In terms of lot coverage, we're allowed 100% lot coverage here. We are actually below 65% lot coverage on our proposal. We are providing commercial space along the front and ground floor of the building as per the plan, and we're also allowing for the setback above 70 feet for as the .av plan asks for in order to allow more light and view corridors along .av. Next. Just a quick shot of where we're located here at 248.Ave. We are in an area that has lots of projects that have been approved by this board recently, either approved, in construction, or completed. We're happy to be, joining that group of really beautiful projects here to activate this site. Next. We're also cognizant of a lot of the development that has just recently been improved by this board along Dorchester Avenue. And just to point out that all of the development you see here on the site is either commercial or residential. And we are, proposing a hotel here, which we think is going to be a critical urban amenity for this neighborhood moving forward. Next. Just a quick view of the site. You can see it's a one-story enterprise building. As Joe said, it's an impervious lot. We feel like it's underutilized relative to everything happening around the site. Next. And just going to quickly go through this. This is 248.Ave parcel as it was before we proposed to amend the boundary lines. Two things I want you to notice. One is the irregular shape of the lot. The other is the drive-through to Doughboy Donuts, which is indicated in dashed lines that cuts across various parts of our site. Next slide. Since we were last approved, ownership of this project has purchased the site for 220.Ave, which is Doughboy Donuts. Next slide. And what we're proposing is to relocate about 5,000 square feet of our lot over to the 220 site in order to accomplish two things. One is to kind of steer clear of Doughboy, its operations, so that it doesn't have to suffer inconveniences or operational losses. And that is for the foreseeable future. And also to take two very irregularly shaped lots and make them more regularly shaped and in alignment with the goals of the .av plan. Next. Real quickly talk about the site and the benefits that we think we're adding to the public realm, starting at the bottom of the slide here, which is Dorchester Avenue. As Joe talked about, we're adding bike lanes, planted strips, 10-foot sidewalk zones. We are adding a 2-foot curb buffer between vehicle and bike traffic. We're also creating public bike parking. We're organizing a little bit more the zone of the bikes, the pedestrians, and vehicles which cross over one another going into the Doughboy drive-through. We have off-street parking, off-street loading in this scheme, which the previously proposed scheme did not. So we think that's an added benefit to traffic in general. We've got our retail spaces and hotel lobby at the ground floor, and we, in the short term, we're providing a sort of garden cafe area with temporary plantings and trees and things like that, and planters that we think will be beautiful, but will be moved sometime in the future if and when the 220 site moves forward. Next slide. So this is just a view of the project as we're proposing it. This is sort of standing a little bit to the north, looking towards the southeast along Dorchester Avenue. A couple things I want to point out, the active ground floor uses that we're proposing, the step back above 70 feet, which also provides for a great amenity space for the neighborhood. We think it's going to be publicly accessible. And also the step back sort of being in keeping with many of the other neighboring buildings in the area. Next. This is a similar view, but from the south, looking to the northeast, showing you the step back above 70 feet, how the facade will present itself to Dorchester Avenue. It does anticipate a future development site on the neighboring parcel, which is not part of our project or ownership, but it does assume that at some point that will happen. Next slide. This is kind of a close-up of our public realm. If you could scoot this up just a little bit, I want to make sure that the base of the building showing the bike paths, the planting zones, the more generous sidewalks, the generously scaled spaces for commercial activity along the ground floor, and our paved entrance to where vehicles and pedestrians would come in towards the hotel entrance are. And we think this offers a much more lush, walkable, activated area for Dorchester Ave here. Next. And then this is just a quick view of our lounge space on the upper floor. This is intended to be part of the ground floor retail, which we assume at this point is intended to be a food and beverage location. And then it would have a small outpost on the upper level here with a walkout deck with views across Dorchester Ave and across Cabot Yards over to the back bay. And I think that's all we have for you. We'll open it up to any questions.
Questions from the board? Hearing none, can I take public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor's Office will defer to the judgment of this board. As you heard from the applicant's representation, this went through a lengthy BPD-led process with a notice of project change filed in the fall of 2024. After that, there was a IAG meeting and then a public meeting. The applicant eventually ended up securing support from the West Broadway Neighborhood Association. We understand that there is concerns raised by a nearby abutter regarding the height of the proposal with concerns that shadows be cast on the property, as well as questions over what the traffic impacts will be for this area and if there was an extensive BTD study regarding this. With that information, we'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Murphy, not sure if this is it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sydney. I'm from Councilor Flynn's office. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support of previously approved project, which will remain the same height and use while on a smaller subdivided lot. Moreover, Councilor Flynn has discussed at length with both the planning department and the development team his concerns on the size of the railings of the outdoor space and balcony. It is our understanding that they will be above required height. However, he will continue to advocate that they be placed higher in the interest of public safety during the development review process. Lastly, however, related to the city's Article 80 process, he has made the planning department aware of his opposition to the bike lane placed out front on Dorchester Ave. Councilor Flynn firmly believes that the transportation and infrastructure changes should not be done in the Article 80 process, with no connection to one another or bike lanes to nowhere, and in close proximity to very difficult intersections on a high traffic corridor. He believes there should be a thorough community process and feedback from neighbors on a master plan, where alternative routes are also considered instead of implementing these piecemeal changes on main streets, commercial roads, and high traffic corridors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Ambassador, and members of the board. My name is Kevin O'Sullivan, and I'm from Councilor Murphy's office. Councilor Murphy would like to reiterate many of the points that Councilor Flynn and Sydney just read or just spoke to, but Councilor Murphy is in support. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Hope everyone has a great day. Thank you.
Dylan?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dylan Norris. I'm the project assistant with the Development Review Division of the Planning Department, in charge of this notice of project change. Just to cover the Article 80 process, the proponent team filed the notice of project change with the Planning Department on October 9th of 2024, the submission of which initiated large project review for the proposed project and a public comment period, which concluded on November 8th of 2024. The Planning Department hosted an Impact Advisory Group meeting as well on October 30th, 2024, as well as a public meeting on November 4th. Both meetings were advertised in local newspapers, posted to the Planning Department's calendar, and an email notification was sent to the subscribers of the Planning Department's South Boston Neighborhood Update list. A public hearing in relation to this project was held at the December 12th, 2024 BPDA board, where the proposed project at 246-248 Dorchester Avenue received Article 80B approval from the BPDA board. Thank you, and I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Dylan and Jonathan?
Hi, my name is William Gleason. I live at 141 Dorchester Ave. I've lived on this block for 21 years. I was an IAG member of this project from the beginning. It's always enjoyed a lot of community support to activate what is a really dead block of Dot Ave right now. Sort of help interconnect it with the rest of the good things that will happen on Dot Ave and what's happening on Old Colony. It sits across from a really challenging neighbor in the MBTA and would really like to see that block revitalized. We supported this project, a lot of it because of a lot of the community benefits, but especially the complete streets design, and especially those bike lanes, which will connect to what we approved as the Dot Ave plan to also accommodate bicycles. So the setbacks and the streetscape improvements are a huge part, the cafe space and activating a very dead block. So I offer full support over the long haul for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Jonathan Siegel. I'm at 20 West 5th Street, the Censure, and I'm on the board. The board of 20 West 5th Street, the Censure, is opposed to the project in the state that it currently is. The 10-story height is really, really tall and out of place for the residential area that it is. It would cast shadows on our building, directly affecting dozens of residents of our building, plus the building that's across the street from us on West 5th Street. There's also a local hotel that's 2 blocks away, which is the Cambria, at the intersection of Dorchester Ave and Broadway. It is a pretty vacant hotel. It's several stories high, and they had a hotel bar at the top. It seems like it's not even open anymore. So the plan of the going above the original height is definitely that's primarily what we're opposed to. If this were, to the earlier points about completing the Dot Ave area and making it not less of a dead zone, definitely agree. If this were a 5 or 6 story building, but 10 stories is just really an eyesore and really harming our residential situation. The traffic situation that has not been really identified is also very concerning. That particular intersection of West 5th Street, West 4th Street, A Street, Dot Ave is a cluster. So it would be really great if there can be some kind of addressing of that. And then as I put in the chat, really would love to understand what's the longer term plan with 220 Dot Ave. So the Doughboy, be helpful to understand there was that one slide that said the plan is shifting to 220. I just didn't really understand that. It would be helpful to understand, is the longer term plan build this building on top of the enterprise rental car and then demolish the Doughboy and put some other massive high rise?
Please wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. No additional receipts. If the applicant can just quickly address those concerns.
Yes, Madam Chair, and appreciate the input, the support of the IAG and the direction here, and also folks from 20 West Fifth Street. So I'll address them quickly one-on-one. So the traffic impacts were studied, and that's in both the original Article 80 approval, but also the notice of project change, and it shows a reduction in potential impacts due to the eliminating the ballroom use and the like. As far as 220 West Broadway, Doughboy has a long-term lease. They're a fixture in the neighborhood, and this project and this subdivision will merely provide for improved less lot coverage and some improved vehicular and pedestrian access safety to Doughboy. If you go through there now, it's just a big mass of curb cut openings and very little order that presents specific challenges, and that will be approved. Doughboy is a cherished asset in this part of the city, and look forward to having them remain. I will say as well, with respect to the Censure building, it's important to note that both the Censure building and this hotel were approved by the BPDA on the very same board meeting on January 11th, 2018. I'm sorry if I said 2018. And very much considered and shaped together, as they are also within the planned Ave catchment area. Obviously, we're on Dorchester Avenue, so we have street frontage, but this is not an afterthought by the planning department, by the neighborhood. There's been a lot of process, and these two buildings were carefully considered together. We are pleased that the revisions, again, when they were considered in 2018, now provide for more relief on the north side and away from the Censure building, and will provide for better lot coverage and open space and connectivity. So the combination of that, we would suggest, is consistent with the approvals with Plan .Ave, but also an improvement with respect to these two properties' long-term relationship together.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Well, can I also, because there's one other piece of that talked about the height that I believe was being asked. And so the height of the building is 109 feet as proposed, and as it was approved in 2018, that has not changed. We were able to get 2 additional floors within that same height because we got rid of the more intense public uses on the upper floors that had much higher ceilings and higher floors, and we were able to reconfigure our structural system in order to stay within that height. And you know, we very deliberately did not want to breach that 109 feet that we were originally approved for.
Yeah, that's a good point. And just quickly, the Cambria Hotel is outside of the Plan Ave area. It's a pre-pandemic built and programmed, very different product. As you'll see, we're actually introducing a pretty significant portion of extended stay, different types of suites, and again, also within an area that really needs, even though we're only 3 blocks away, really needs investment, and will complement all of the major development that has been approved and will be coming down in Andrews Square, which is also within the same growth zone.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
A second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Can we take a 15-minute break?
Thank you.
Thank you. See you back in 15.
Thank you.
Progress.
Okay. Okay, let's do roll call. Mr. Stenbridge?
Present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rhino?
Present.
Ms. Turner? Present. Mr. Collins?
President.
Ms. Picado?
Present.
Mr. Aiken?
Here, present.
Great, the floor is yours, Mr. Stenbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Returning to the Bill 930 set of cases, where we are at case BOA 1641125 with the address of 116 to 128 Lincoln Street. If the applicant and/or the representative are present, would they please explain?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Tim Schofield of Schofield Dami with a business address of 20 Park Plaza, Boston. I represent the applicants in this matter, Michael Redboard and Megan English, who are the owners of the top floor unit at 116 Lincoln Street, which is a 6-story building in the Leather District. They're seeking approval to reinstall a roof deck that had to be removed in 2023 for roof repairs by the Condominium Association. The applicants have lived in the building for 9 years and have lived in the neighborhood for about 15 years. They have a 2-year-old and are hoping to expand their family, so this outdoor space is vital to them. If I can direct your attention or ask that we look, let's see, the top right-hand corner, if you could scroll down just a little bit on this plan. Nope, sorry, I meant to scroll up. Sorry, I apologize. I'm just trying to look. It's hard to see, but a small corner, just to give you a sense of where this building is in the Leather District. It's sort of on the edge, and it's across the street from 125 Lincoln, which is, as you know, currently a parking garage that's been approved by the board for construction of an 11-story building. So that's sort of the location we're talking about here. The proposal is consistent with the neighborhood. As I said, it's putting a deck back that was already there. There are other roof decks on the surrounding buildings, including one that directly abuts this property at 114 Lincoln Street. If I could ask to scroll down to page 3 of the plans. I'll just give you a quick, so if you look here, this is the prior deck, the plans, and there's some photos of the prior deck. As you can see, it was a very beautiful deck. The head house is still there. That wasn't removed for purposes of the roof repairs. The rest of the deck was removed. The head house will remain. The plan would be, it would just to reclabret it and I think replace the windows for waterproofing reasons. But otherwise, the head house will remain there and we'll reinstall the deck. And we'll look at the plan of renderings. If we could roll down to page 8 of the plans, we can see the proposed deck and a couple of renderings of that on page 8 of the plans. So I think a few more pages down. Right here. The deck will be the same size. Literally, it's going to have the same footprint, same square footage as the prior deck. It's being reconfigured a little bit, but not much. Probably the biggest change is there will be some pergola installed. You can see in the rendering. And that sort of makes sense if you're familiar with this area, right? These are a bunch of large buildings with large roofs, many of which still have black roofs, which obviously draw a lot of sunlight and a lot of heat. In addition, if that 11-story building is in fact constructed across the street, it's going to be a glass building, which is likely to have glare. So from a functionality standpoint, the pergola was added. But otherwise, this is reinstalling, like I said, a deck that was there for at least the 9 years prior when my client has owned. The proposal's been approved by the Condominium Association. We held an abutters meeting. I would say there's no opposition, but nobody actually attended. The proposal was presented to the Leather District Neighborhood Association, which voted unanimously in support of the proposal. And that's all I have. I'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you. Can you just remind us how far it's set back from the front?
Yeah, so there's only one side that's facing a street, the other side is facing buildings, and that's on Lincoln Street. And if you look at the top of this one, you can see a white border. There's a 4-foot tall parapet that goes around the entire building. That's about 2.5 feet wide. So it would go up to the parapet, but there's an automatic setback. First of all, like I said, it's 4 feet high. Secondly, it's about 2.5 feet wide. The one at next door at 114 Lincoln is very similar, has that parapet. And in fact, if you go around the corner on Beach Street, there's a building that's entirely covered by decks, similar. So most of these buildings have these large parapets that basically create a 2.5-foot setback in addition to a fair amount of height. They're generally 4 feet tall.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll take public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones. I'm representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. In regards to 116 to 128 Lincoln Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on December 11th of 24, which was not attended by any constituents. Additionally, the proposal was reviewed with the Leather District Civic Association, which has expressed unanimous support for this proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Sydney. I'm from Councilor Flynn's office. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on feedback from neighbors and unanimous support from the Leather District Neighborhood Association. He respectfully requests that the proponent continue to work closely with the community during the construction phase. Thank you.
Thank you.
And, Mike, are you looking to give testimony here?
No, thank you. Putting my hand up.
Okay, I have no additional raised hands at the moment.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion? Make a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge. You missed it, Mr. Stenbridge? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Turner. Yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Go on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1688572 with the address of 166 to 168 Salem Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mary Kate Campbell with the law firm Drago and Toscano at 11 Beacon Street. I'm here today on behalf of our client, Daniel Santinello, who is proposing to erect a new roof deck at 166 Salem. Jason Skidell from Port One is part of the architectural team and is here as well if you have any specific questions for him. If we can move to the next slide, please. Here's an aerial view of the building outlined in blue there, and we did some research, and there are approximately 10 other roof decks in the immediate area, so we do feel that this proposal is reasonable. Next slide, please. The proposed roof deck is approximately 550 square feet and will be accessed via the existing head house. This will be an exclusive use roof deck. Mr. Santinello's unit is at the top floor of the building and under the condominium docs has the right to build this roof deck. At the abutters meeting, there were 2 abutters from the building in attendance. Both were in support. Nuro voted non-opposition. Unic voted in support. Mr. Santinello's family has been in the North End for many years, specifically its history in this building, and is excited to still have family living in this unit and to improve upon the space. I can now pause for any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 116 to 160 or 166 to 168 Salem Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting on December 19th, 2024, which was attended by 2 constituents, as expressed by Mary Kate. The primary feedback of this meeting was overall support of the project and how the design works with the neighborhood. And I do also have received a letter of support from one of the constituents. Additionally, the proposal was reviewed with Unic on January 13th and NURA on January 28th. And at this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's decision. Thank you for your time and consideration, everyone.
Thank you. Double check, make sure. So it looks like we have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Sorry, Madam Chair, members of the board, Sebastian Power from Councilor Coletta's office. And at this time, the council would like to go and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Donato? Yes. Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
The next four companion cases have been deferred. And Madam Chair, there was one remaining case that we haven't heard from in the 9:30 timeframe.
Okay.
And that was for case BOA 1675756 with the address of 241 Columbia Road. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain the case to the board?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, are you here
Yeah.
for 241?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, member of the board, council. My name is Mahamoud. I've been living here at this place since 2003. It's a three-family house. I'm not, first of all, I'm not building anything. I'm not expanding anything. I'm not adding any addition. I'm just trying to save what I have, pure and simple. If you can see this picture here, there's the second floor and the third floor. That rooms always get cold during the winter time. No one can fix it. We tried insulation, we put all other necessary to make sure the place is warm and comfortable. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Every contractor I talked to them, they told me that one, you have to go another layer, which means close the porch. If you see the, this, it's if you see, if you can see this picture here, you see it's only 4 feet and 8 foot. That's all. There's no side expansion and there's no front expansion and there's nothing added. It's still the same porch built on 1905 and it still exists there. I've not added anything there. Just wanted to save what I have. Right now, I'm leaving there and I'm really losing, that little income I have. I'm not building the hotels or the big projects. It's just as simple. I wanted to save what I have. And that's
Understood. So you want to enclose your existing front porch. Are there questions from the board?
Absolutely.
Okay, hearing no questions from the board, I'll take public testimony.
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an ONS notification subcommittee flyer completed on January 20th, 2025. With no community feedback, the proponent went on to present to Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association, where they received a vote of approval and a civic letter of support. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you. Have no testimony. Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Donato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate for your help.
We'll now move on to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. It's been a while, so I will ask again if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this time frame. Hearing none, then we will go to case BOA 1668942 with the address of 206 Chelsea Street. If the applicant and/or their representatives are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston. I represent Carol Ann Aloisi and her brother James Aloisi, who jointly own 206 Chelsea and the adjacent property 204 Chelsea Street. which are before you today in the form of request for relief for 206 Chelsea Street. And this is an application to combine and subdivide the lots, if you will. Presently, there is a driveway that runs through the middle of 204 and 206, with the property line roughly running down the middle. If we could see the site plan on record, that would be super helpful. Next slide. The proposal is to essentially move the driveway from ownership in 204 to ownership in 206, which is the driveway shown on the plan running between the two properties. 204 is on the left, 206 is on the right. If we could enlarge this a little bit more, there's a dotted line close to 204, which shows that that's the current property line, and that would be removed, creating a roughly 11.2 foot wide driveway that would be in sole ownership of 204 Chelsea Street, which historically has been the property that utilizes the driveway. The residents of 206 Chelsea Street never have utilized the driveway. So the proposal is simply to do that. There is no loss of spaces from this proposal. There's no increase in any impervious paved areas. All remains the same, no work to be done. It's simply a lot line adjustment. The zoning code letter cites insufficient side yard because of the removal of the lot line going down the middle of the driveway to the edge of 206. That creates an insufficient side yard condition there. But there's a number of reasons that support that, and that is that the driveway will remain in place. You also see a note on the plan. There's a right-of-way for lots A2 and A3 to the back of the building of 206 and to the back of the building of 208. Those are deeded rights-of-way which remain in place and require that the driveway remain open along that edge of the property. There is a note on the refusal letter that I'd like to draw attention to the board, and that is, in addition to the side yard insufficiency, it indicates building code violation for openings are not permitted for a separation distance of 0 to less than 3 feet. Because of this lot line adjustment resulting in the open driveway, and I've had a similar case whereby the solution is imposition of a proviso whereby we submit a final plan showing a 3-foot strip adjacent to 206 on the driveway as a no-build area, just to preserve that and to allow for the 3 existing windows on the side of 206 to remain in place on a zero lot line condition. And that would be coterminous with the right-of-way that needs to remain in existence because it's a deeded right-of-way, and it would solve for those 3 windows on the 206 lot line. And with that, that is our request.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 206 Chelsea Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including the distribution of a subcommittee flyer on 2/9/25. We received no feedback from constituents. Additionally, the proposal was connected with Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, which expressed it was unnecessary to meet with the Civic Association for such a minor project. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Sebastian Parra from Councilor Colette Zapata. And the council at this time would like to go and support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no raised hands. Sorry about that.
With that, may I have a motion?
I motion to approve.
There's a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
they specifically request that proviso such that the no-build zone for 3 feet is shown on the driveway, and then we'd submit a revised plan with the no-build zone, and that would satisfy the note of the examiner regarding the building code issue of no openings 0 to less than 3 feet. And if we create a no-build zone 3 feet along the 204 property, that solves for that issue and the note on the refusal letter.
Okay, I think it would be helpful if you sum that up in a nutshell from Ms. Turner as far as the proviso. You're asking for a proviso,
Yes, with the
which is
proviso,
out of character, so at first. So what is it you want added?
I would like added with the proviso for a 3-foot no-build zone adjacent to 204 Chelsea Street on the plan.
And Caroline, is there an issue with that?
If Mark suggests that it's from the refusal letter, it could be, and so the proviso would make sense. So there should not be an issue with the proviso. He's
Okay, so Ms. Turner, are you fine with that addition?
Yes. So I make a motion for approval. Do I need to restate it, or?
I think we'll let the record speak for itself. Who seconded?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you kindly.
The next 2 companion cases have been deferred, which takes us to case BOA 1651382 with the address of 66 Bird Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and representatives of the board. My name is Matthew Lane. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate for Volunteers of America, Massachusetts, the owner and operator of 16 Burt Street. 16 Burt Street is an existing 16-bed co-occurring program for men. And the project architect, Michael Whitmore, is also on this hearing and could walk you through the project, but we're simply looking to enclose the 2nd and 3rd floor existing porches, not adding any beds for residents, just to expand and create additional staff space that's used for clinical services that we provide on site. And thank you for your time, and I'll let Mr. Whitmore take it from here.
Is he with us?
He is. He might have to be upgraded from an attendee to a panelist. I'm sorry.
What's the name? Can you raise your hand if you're on? What's the name?
Michael Whitmore.
Oh, I see it. Okay, just made him panelist.
Thank you so much.
Once you're on, Mike, you just have to unmute yours.
I mean, you're not adding.
Hello, everybody.
You're not exacerbating anything, correct? These are all existing conditions?
There is an existing porch, covered porch on the 2nd and 3rd story. And what we are essentially doing is infilling that porch. We've proposed to extend that by 2 feet so we can create actual usable space. The existing depth of the porch is approximately 7 feet. That will now be extended to a little under 9 feet. The relief that we've requested, the existing floor area ratio is significantly over for the existing building as a non-conforming situation. We have a row of triple deckers on this portion of the community, so it's a little bit at variance with the underlying zoning. The proposed increase is 220 square feet of occupied space, whereas the footprint increase is about 50 square feet per floor, given the existing covered porches. In addition to that, the other relief we are looking for, height is excessive at 3 stories. That is the existing building. Underlying zoning is 2.5 stories. All we are doing is extending that to the rear. And side yard and rear yard are also existing non-conforming, and we would be extending that non-conformance by creating this occupied space on the 2nd and 3rd floor.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on October 23rd with no concerns raised during the meeting. Next, the proponent presented to Codman Square Civic Association, where they voted to approve and support the proposal. Our office has received 1 civic support letter from Ashmont Hill Civic Association, and 1 letter of opposition stating the enclosing of the porches will bring more traffic and reduce parking and congestion due to the added residents. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no additional raised hands.
Is someone named Anastasia?
Diana?
Yes, I'm, sorry, can I, am I allowed to go?
Sorry.
I'm speaking on behalf of Councilor Worrell, representing District 4. So writing to express our support for Volunteers of America's proposal for 66 Birch Street and the Men's Hello House to provide additional space for program operators to provide crucial addiction and recovery services. I applaud the work of this team and the Men's Hello House to sustain community engagement with the Ashmont Hill neighborhood and other abutters who may be impacted by the project, and look forward to following along as this project carries out. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a second?
Second.
Mrs. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aitken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
Next, we have case BOA 1690291 with the address of 14 Merlin Street. If the applicant and/or the representative are present, would they please explain?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Cesar De Silva, the architect and representative of the owner, Isabel Granger. Isabel Granger is here with me. She is a senior citizen that owns 14 Merlin for a long time now, and she would like to remain in the property. So she came to me, assistant help with the zoning board, and as architect, helping her to stay at this property. Her situation has changed, that her children has grown and moved on, and she has now more house that she can occupy. And can, I'm sorry, bring the page 2, I believe, the pictures on, can you move the slide up, please? Okay, that's gone up to the elevations. I believe we have pictures go, there is actual pictures down.
Beginning or later?
Let's go down to the beginning of the picture. I don't know how it's set up over there, so. But
it's
here,
whatever you submitted, sir.
Yes, I submitted, but there are some pictures that with these plans.
Ambassador, you want to start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay, there are no pictures there.
That's the end. If you go to below, I don't know, the page 1, I think, like you don't have the right. Okay, maybe we can go to the pictures. Go to the next, the 8, please. Okay, we can see this here. This is a one-family house that Miss Grange owns. As I was saying, the kids have moved on and left her with her larger home. Due to the tax and the utility bills, it's hard for her to manage. But she would like now to convert this particular property from one family to a 3 one-bedroom units above grade and 1 unit below grade with 2 bedrooms. So as she will continue to live in the first floor, renting the other 3 units. As for parking, there is a space for a garage that she will be taking down and making 5 parking spaces in the back. So the parking will be a non-issue in front, because with the driveway, I believe I'm not seeing all the other plans. If I could see the site plan, I would greatly appreciate it if we could move to the site plan. Okay, that's not it. Okay, those are the units. Keep going down, please. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, keep going. Oh, keep going, yes. This is actually, this is what I was actually looking for. Thank you very much. This is the unit. There is a driveway on the left side with a garage in the back with enough space for 5 cars. So then this would not bring any parking issue to the neighborhood. So us, what brings us before you is the relief, asking for relief for Article 65(8), which is changing a single family to a 4-unit building, and 6541, which is the off-street parking, but we do have 5 parking in the back. And again, 6543, the non-conforming. We actually, the non-conforming, which is the picture on the top pictures on the far right. We're not changing the building or the footprint in any shape, form, so we actually not encroaching any more than it already is. It's already 5 feet there, but I know the code calls for 10, but there are no changes. We're not proposing any changes there. As Article 65, Section 8.2, look now is the basement, as the code calls for us to seek relief for a below-grade unit. And that's what we are before you, but the exterior of the building will not be changed. So it's only the inside of the use and the function of the building, so we can help Ms. Grenier that's here to continue living in the property that she owns for a long time and continue to be a resident of this neighborhood that she loves so much. And we would like very much to have your support helping her stay in her neighborhood and be able to keep up with her bills maintaining this property. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on December 10th, where abutters voiced concerns such as lack of parking, water runoff, as well as the density of the neighborhood, and a concern for 4-unit projects setting precedent in the neighborhood. Owner occupancy and market rent were also inquired, but was addressed during the meeting. Next, the proponent presented to Greater Chamberlain Civic Association, where they voted to support the proposal. To date, our office has received 1 letter of opposition due to parking, density, and overcrowding and decreased property values, and 1 letter of support from the Greater Chamberlain Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no raised hands at the moment.
With that, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve design review.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yeah. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado? Yes. Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
You, Madam Chair, and members of the board, have a great day.
You too.
Next, we have case BOA 1651071 with the address of 23 Ridgefield Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Good afternoon, Board. My record, my name is Glenn Hoffman with GPH Design, located in Milton, Massachusetts. The project we're presenting, the building is an existing three-family residence, so we're proposing to add a unit in the basement. It would be strictly an additional unit. Currently, there is already access to the basement from an areaway stair on the side. The unit itself would be a two-bedroom unit with living room, storage, and bathroom. The square footage of the unit would be approximately 906 square feet. There would also be other additions to the project. There would be an egress window added to the front of the building with a corrugated metal window well for egress. There would also be, we're also proposing to put a roof over the existing areaway to keep the stairs safe in the winter, free from snow and ice. With that, I can take any questions from the board.
Can you just discuss the egress from the basement unit, the second means of egress?
There's an existing means of egress on the side from an existing concrete areaway. The only other egress that would be required by code would be for the front bedroom, and we're adding a corrugated window well with a egress window at the front of the house for the second means of egress. The unit's also fully sprinkled.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
About that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Mid-Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on November 12th, with very few in attendance. No concerns were raised. Next, the proponent presented to Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association on January 23rd, where they voted to approve the proposal. To date, our office has received one civic letter of support from Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And because we do not have any raised hands at the moment.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
I'll put for a motion of approval with a proviso that the plans be submitted to the planning department with respect to sort of reviewing that second means of egress for the proposed unit.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the rediscussion cases scheduled for 11:30 a.m. And yes, we will ask again if there are any additional requests for withdrawals or deferral from the timeframe. That will move on as the first two cases have been deferred, which takes us to a case, Madam Chair, that I need to recuse myself from. That is, I will read it into the record. That being case BOA 1648030 with the address of 2164 to 2168 Washington Street. If the applicant and or their representative is present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just with that, it is a 6-member board. Please proceed.
Noted, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is David Ingram, attorney at Goldston Stores, located at 1 Post Office Square in Boston, speaking on behalf of the applicant, the Community Music Center of Boston. I'm sorry, is this the slide deck that, the presentation that we submitted? I believe there's a PowerPoint. There should be a PowerPoint. But yeah, maybe the other link, if you don't mind. Yes, perfect, thank you. The applicant is an arts education nonprofit based in the South End that offers programming to students throughout Boston. Next slide, please. They are proposing the renovation and fit out of the existing 3-story building located at 2161 Washington Street in Roxbury to serve as a second campus for their operations. Next slide, please. And these photos show the building in its current condition. It's currently vacant. Next slide, please. The renovated building will include classrooms, studio spaces, a performing hall, meeting spaces, office spaces, and storage areas. That's further shown on this slide. Next slide, please. And in terms of zoning relief, the project requires a variance to exceed the maximum allowable FAR due to the basement build-out. So the basement does not currently contain usable floor area, and the proposed build-out would include a youth space, music studios, and a recording booth. And this shows the current site plan for the basement floor. Lastly, the project also requires a variance to extend the pre-existing non-conforming condition with respect to minimum parking. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant's executive director, LaCoy Washington.
Thank you. Hi, LaCoy Washington here. I just wanted to give a little bit of information about the Community Music Center of Boston. CMCB, as it says here, is the largest outside provider of arts education in the Boston Public Schools. We work with over 2,000 students weekly, and we provide music lessons, classes, ensembles, and we also have music therapy with Health and Human Services around the city. And as it states here, we do reflect the city of Boston. Our students, like our staff, are majority people of color. Next slide. We provide over $300,000 in financial aid annually. We also have workforce development programs. We provide employment for 20 to 30 youth employees who work on our staff, and collectively they earn about $120,000 in wages annually. I think that number is going up significantly, and the ages are between 14 and 25. In addition to the work that we do on site, we also work with 20 plus community partners each year. That includes schools, community centers, health and human services partners like Bay Cove, Goodwill, and the like. And we have 22 staff members full-time, as well as 40 teaching artists who do our work around the city. For those of you who aren't familiar with the building, it was formerly called Nubian Gallery. I think before that it was also referred to as the Hamill Gallery. It's around 15,000 square feet. 13,000 of that is the usable square footage that we're going to be using. We purchased the building in 2024, and in order for us to be able to have our operations there, it's going to require a relatively full gut renovation of the space, and we'll be using full use as was mentioned previously. And again, it will allow us to continue our mission of providing equitable access to excellent music education and arts experiences. One thing I'd also like to share is that the Community Music School, the Community Music Center of Boston, is 115 years old. So it's a legacy institution in Boston, and we're excited about this particular project being able to move forward. As is mentioned, I think you may have these in your purview. These are the letters of support. We've spoken to several people. We have letters of support from the following: the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, the Claremont Neighborhood Association, Representative Moran, Roxbury Path Forward Neighborhood Association, as well as Senator Miranda. Next slide. And in addition to the ones we have letters of support for, we wanted to provide just some insight to the folks that we have been talking to. We have gone through a pretty extensive community engagement process, having one-on-one and small group meetings with not only the organizations and representatives here, but on the next slide. Oh, not the next slide. There used to be a next slide, but there are also dozens of other individuals that we met with as well. Again, the goal for us was to make sure that we met with as many folks as possible, even outside of the required neighborhood hearing. Now, next slide. And in the appendix, you'll see a little bit more information about them. So you can scroll through these every 3 or 4 seconds. Ah, there they are. Here are the other individuals that we have met with around the neighborhood and in the community. Again, we had a pretty extensive community engagement process. On to the next slide. Giving a sense of what our timeline looks like. Our goal is to be up and running in the building in the fall of 2026. And currently this keeps us on our timeline. And here are just a few slides that show what's happening the other floors of the building as well. This is the ground level. You can see our entrance there. Next slide. And in all of them, you'll be able to see combinations of, in the blue, teaching spaces, and in the brownish yellow areas, you can also see the administrative spaces. Next slide. On this next slide, you'll see then our small, around 100-seat performance space that would be on the top floor with a small reception area outside, and then, as in the other floors, teaching and administrative spaces on every floor. Next slide. That may be the final slide.
That's it, I believe, yes.
Thank you.
Are you presenting from the other slide deck? Mr.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're all set. Please proceed.
Are there questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one small question. This seemed to be a very, very nice project. How will the children be picked to participate in this project?
There are multiple ways to get in. If you are a student in school, we have during the school day programs. And so that's one opportunity. If you're thinking about the after school program, you walk into the front door and you have a conversation with us, and we'll also be doing our own work to make sure that we're building relationships in there. But much like we've been doing before, the work that we were doing, meeting with all these various stakeholders, was to ensure that folks in the neighborhood knew we were coming and knew that it was a door they could walk into.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting, very lightly attended, held on November 6th, where abutters voiced their support for the proposal, stating how it connects with the culture of the neighborhood, as well as connecting the children with the culture. The proponent was not required to present to a civic group. To date, the Office of Neighborhood Services has received 4 letters of support consisting of 2 state officials, Senator Liz Miranda and John Moran, 1 city office, the Office of Arts and Culture, and the Claremont Neighborhood Civic Association. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to go on record in support of the proposal, as it will have a very positive impact on the community. The proposal focuses on engaging and supporting the youth through art, music, youth employment, and education. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
I don't see any raised hands at the moment.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion? I put forward. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead, David. I put forward a motion to approve. Okay, with a second?
Second.
Mr. Langham.
Yes.
Ms. Turner. Yes. Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Panado. Yes. Mr. Aiken.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1659785 with the address of 8 Brook Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, they please explain to the board.
Thank you, Mrs. Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Trago with Trago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicants, Tom Walsh and Peter Ryan. I also have Adam Glassman, the architect who designed the plans. The proposal and what you're looking at is a rendering on the right side building, so the shorter building, the 3-story with a deck is the rendering of this proposed project. And the proposal is to change the occupancy from a retail store. Existing is the Halado dessert and ice cream store on the 1st floor. And we're looking to change the occupancy from retail store to retail store in 4 additional units. And to get those units, it would be to erect a 2-story vertical addition with 4 units on the existing 1-story commercial building. We would also be proposing 2 exclusive roof decks on the top via access by hatch on the top of the building, which you can see in that rendering. This particular proposal is in the East Boston section of Boston and is in an EBR or new EBR 3 district. We actually worked with the community and modified these plans to meet the criteria of the EBR 3 for use and dimensional use requirements, keeping the exact footprint of the building that's there and just going up by way of a vertical addition. And by doing that, the height was allowed under the new Plan East Boston. And so by making all of these changes, we were left with a few variances. This actually falls in a GCOD district, so we still needed relief for GCOD, and we submitted Boston Water and Sewer no harm letter to Christian Simonelli for that matter. The only other variances needed there is in this particular area because of the storefront. That does trigger the need for a variance, so non-conforming retail store, but that was already pre-existing. And then roof structure restriction because we are adding the roof decks on top. Other than that, we meet all of the other criteria set by the new East Boston EBR 3. This is located in a mid-block section. It's considered an infill development, which is highlighted and encouraged by the BPDA and the new Plan East Boston. And then just to go over, if you want to go to the next slides, Madam Ambassador, the new plan would be retail space would remain. If you want to go to the next slide, please, Madam Ambassador. Next slide, please. Yeah, we get into the plans and you can keep going through those, but retail space to remain on the first floor. Second floor would be units 1 and 2. Third floor, unit 3 and 4. And then 3 and 4 would have exclusive access to the roof rights and those 2 roof decks on top. All of the units are between 450 and 470 square feet, and the retail space that's existing is 825 square feet. We did get the support of the Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, and I also know we have the BPDA support. We are directly across the street from the airport Blue Line T station, making this great access. Although we're not creating parking, we have access directly to the T that's convenient, and we are surrounded by larger buildings. There's a 5-story building right in the corner of Bremen, and next door to us was approved prior to Plan East Boston, but that was a 4-story building. So with that, I can pause to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Mr. Simonelli?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G5 letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing no questions from the board, may I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 8 Brook Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 9/25/24, which was attended by 2 constituents who provided no input about the proposal. Additionally, the proposal was also reviewed with the Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, which convened on 11/20/24. The association has expressed support regarding the proposal, and at this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thanks again, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have no raised hands at the moment.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have case BOA 1675304 with the address of 140 Chelsea Street if the applicant and/or their representative are present.
Yes.
Go ahead. We'll explain this, Attorney Lynch.
Sorry, yeah, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Summer Street, on behalf of the petitioner. I did provide a deck. I know this was a deferred case. We did have a deck with additional information. I don't know if we can provide that just for context. There was some important, I think, photos for the building itself. But while Madam Ambassador looks for that, let me just run the board through quickly. This is a proposal to change the use and occupancy of the existing 3-unit dwelling to 4 units. Our proposal would result in a complete renovation of the lowest level of the building. So with respect to the violations that were cited, I do, as I typically do, point out that this was filed prior to the amendment tonight to Article 53, and therefore a number of the items that were cited by both the Inspectional Service Department as well as considered in the Planning Department's recommendation on this requires some explanation. First of all, we were cited for GCOD, so Groundwater Conservation Overlay District was cited because we are within the GCOD area. I did provide the letters to the board that include the no harm letter as well as the approval by Boston Water and Sewer based upon the amount of work that was being proposed. In addition, we were cited for a few other items that we believe are no longer applicable in this district. The first is the FAR has been exceeded. That, as this board probably is well aware by now, is no longer applicable in many of the residential districts in East Boston. The only district that has an FAR limit is the EBR 2.5, and that is still pretty generous. So in this case, that no longer would be applicable. The second is the insufficient lot area for a proposed dwelling unit. Again, this was eliminated as a requirement under the amendments to Article 53. We're also cited for usable open space, also no longer a requirement. That now deals with looking at the permeability of the site and or the amount of lot coverage a particular building has. We're not proposing to change anything with respect to the footprint of this building, and therefore matters such as lot coverage and permeability would not even be affected since we're already occupying the site with the building as is. We do propose to add 2 off-street parking spaces, but are completely amenable to ensuring that those parking spaces have permeable surface, including permeable pavers. We were also cited for the number of stories exceeded, and I believe the reason for that citation that Inspectional Services included was because we are changing the occupancy of the lowest level to habitable space. As I've been before this board before on interpretation matters, the use of space in a building does not dictate whether or not it constitutes a story. This is a pre-existing structure. The calculation is the amount of floor space or the amount of height of our lowest level being 65% or more above grade. I wish we did have the photos from the deck that I do have, because I think if you saw this building, you would understand clearly that this is an existing condition of a raised lowest level. We don't propose to increase the height of the building. We're not proposing any additions, and therefore to cite us for a number of stories being exceeded seems to make no sense, and we believe that that was not necessarily an appropriate citation. We were also cited for insufficient off-street parking, Madam Chair. This is, as I said, a pre-existing 3-unit building. We are proposing to add only 1 unit. There is a clear requirement in Article 53 that carried forward with the amendments that any increase in the number of dwelling units for a particular property would not require full compliance with parking, but only for the additional units. So in this case, because we're only adding 1 unit, we're only required to have 1 parking space. We're showing 2, and I believe the interpretation by ISD was that we needed to provide parking for each unit. That's erroneous. That's not what Article 53 says. 1 parking space would be all that's necessary. Lastly, we were cited for use being forbidden. As I mentioned, this was filed prior to the amendments to Article 53. We have been in process with this. Based upon the location of where this sits in the EBR3 district, it's pretty close to the border for where it changes over to EBR4. We were of the understanding that this particular section of Chelsea Street, which is located closer to more of a commercial area,
was going to be in the EDR4 district, and hence we went forward with the planning to add this additional unit. When the final map was adopted, this was in the EDR3, and therefore it would still be a violation based upon the new zoning. However, we were geared towards trying to get this to be in alignment with amended zoning. So that would be the only remaining item that we believe would still require relief. I apologize, I'm not sure if we have the deck, but it's a very modest modification of the lowest level. Clear ceiling height would be 8 feet, roughly, and we would be able to comply with all requirements of the building code for egress, as well as any windows located in the bedrooms. I'll pause there, Madam Chair, and answer any questions the best I can in the absence of the slide deck.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Well, I think the main issue is these basement units that are forbidden in this flood area. So why, and the zoning does not allow that. So why are you proposing those units?
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Panado. This actually is not, this is in flood 0.2%. It's not considered a restricted flood zone under Article 25. So in this particular case, if we were in the flood A or flood AE zone, then I agree, this wouldn't even be a conversation, regardless of when Article 53 amendments were made. But however, this is not located in flood A or AE, it's flood zone X actually, which is not considered flood hazard risk. So this would not be in violation of Article 25. Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District now applies under any project filed after amendments to Article 53. Again, this was filed prior to that, and therefore would be protected from compliance with CFRUD overlay. And that's why I mentioned that, because I know Boston Planning raises that, but that's only applicable after May 1st for projects filed after May 1st.
So you filed for this before Article 53 was passed, right?
That's correct, yes. I think this is the last one, Mr. Collins, that we have that was actually a legacy filing.
And you said you're in the 500-year floodplain, not the 100-year floodplain.
That's correct. I included that in my slide deck. Oh, here we go, perfect. So page 2 does show that orange area is considered the 0.2%, as you can see here from the chart, and we're located with the orange. The blue area would be flood A or AE. We're well outside of that.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, let's take public testimony. I see Mr. Simonelli.
Yes, Madam Chair, good afternoon, members of the board. Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. We have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 140 Chelsea Street, our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting on 7/10/24, which was attended by no constituents. The proposal was also reviewed by the Maverick Central Neighborhood Association, which convened on 6/19/24. The association has expressed support of the proposal and has also provided a letter of support regarding the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thanks everyone for your time and consideration. I hope everyone has a good afternoon.
We have no raised hands at the moment.
Any other questions from the board?
Can we hear from the planning department? They are recommending denial in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Panado. Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. We are recommending denial based on the CFRUD. I know it was filed prior to the new Article 53. However, you know, a lot of times people want to say, well, this provision of Article 53 doesn't exist anymore, so it shouldn't apply. And moving forward, the CFRUD will apply. And we have been consistent, whether it be downtown or South Boston or now East Boston, where a project lies in the CFRUD, we have been consistent in our stance against livable space in the CFRUD. So that is the basis for our denial on this.
Thank you.
If I may just respond briefly, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't disagree with Mr. Hampton's assessment, and certainly we're making the argument based upon that we do require the relief that was cited. But if we're going to be required to take the relief that was cited, we should be exempt from those provisions that were not applicable at the time of our filing, and that is the reason why we have the provisions regarding amendments to the zoning code the way they are. We recognize that there may have been some changes. I don't know that it was really discussed in depth during planning Boston that CFROD would apply across the board. Most parts of the city, CFROD only applies to Article 80 size projects. So the fact that CFROD is now in effect throughout East Boston certainly will be taken into consideration going forward. But this project at the time it was filed was not on notice that it would be subject to that. And therefore we went ahead and made the plans based upon what our understanding was of the zoning code.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, given the timeline of the filing and given the FEMA map showing a 500-year flood zone on the 100.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stumbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
No.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes. Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And next we have case BOA 1686316 with the addresses 853 to 855 East First Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, if they could explain to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board. My name is Attorney Francis Adams, Law Office of Adams and Moranci in South Boston. I represent the owners of the property, 853 East First Street. 853 East First Street is a corner lot located on the corner of Acadia Street and East First Street, as you can see from the plot plan. The applicant is, our client is proposing to add 2 off-street parking spaces and put in an existing curb cut. The only violation that we were cited for was usable open space. As you can see from the proposal, my client intends to install permeable pavers as well as planting strips around the whole area. We would like to make note the fact that Arcadia Street, although not shown on this plan, is a side street. It's a rarely used side street in South Boston. It's a one-way street from East 2nd Street to East 1st Street and is used primarily by the abutters. There's houses on each side, and there, for the record, Madam Chairman, members of the board, there's already 5 existing curb cuts on both sides of the street, almost identical in some ways to the proposal in front of you today. As I said, it's lightly traveled one way from East 2nd to East 1st Street. There is also no parking allowed on this side of the street, on the side where the curb cut is proposed. So there's going to be no loss of parking spaces. This is currently a rear yard, as I said. This project, for purposes of, has already been approved by Public Improvement Commission. As you know, the Public Improvement Commission has already been out for traffic and engineering and determined that it meets all the requirements for an off-street parking and a curb cut. We are aware of the Planning Department's recommendation. I'd like to point out there are some inconsistencies, inaccuracies in the planning recommendation. First and foremost, this project is not, this property is not located in a parking-free zone in South Boston, so there's no approval required by the Air Pollution Control Commission. And so that's one inaccuracy. The second is in the planning recommendation, they refer to no properties having driveways on East First Street. We agree with that. However, this applicant, my client, is proposing to install the curb cut on Arcadia Street, and again, very similar to all of the other properties that are on that particular street. As far as an open space violation, this is a 3-family property. There is the open space requirement for the three-family is 600 square feet of open space. The property has 2 rear decks as well as the rear yard. The rear decks are remaining. We're only changing the rear yard from a rear yard into off-street parking with, as I said, permeable pavers and planting strips. We don't believe that is a loss of open space. And as far as the recommendation for Parks Department, we have no issue with a proviso that we see Parks Department approval, as this property is located next to the M Street Park as well as a new state park located across the street. With that, I'll defer it to the board and open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on January 23rd at which no speakers were opposed, and the City Point Neighborhood Association has chosen to take no position on this proposal. With that background, our office defers to the judgment of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sydney. I'm from Councilor Flynn's office. Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process and feedback from neighbors. We respectfully request that the proponent continue to work closely with neighbors during the construction phase. Thank you.
Thank you.
And looks like we have no additional raised hands.
With that, may I have a motion?
Oh, sorry, I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
I will vote no. I think, I don't think we should be adding driveways on this street.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll move on to the interpretation cases scheduled for noontime. With that, first case is case BOA 1689794 with the address of 62 to 66 Congo Street. The applicant and or their representative, I believe, are present. Would you go ahead and explain, please?
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Stenbridge, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, on behalf of petitioner in this case, and as you indicated, this is on for interpretation. We are currently going through the process for Article 80 review for this project. Based upon projects that have recently been filed in East Boston after the amendments to Article 53, we take the position that we are interested in providing a zoning compliant project for the site, as has been the case with most recent filings that we are doing in the community. Very few have been coming to the board for relief by way of variance, or we're certainly not seeking variances for those projects, which is certainly the goal of Planning East Boston when it was adopted. However, based upon the amendments that have been adopted as part of Article 53, including the ones that affect the site at 62 to 66 Congo Street, there are some interpretations that are likely to continue until such time as either the board has spoken on it or ISD has changed its position. Our only avenue is to request interpretation on certain items. So with respect to 62 to 66 Condo, I do believe I provided my letter to the board, but I will run through the violations that we are specifically discussing. So the violation letter that was issued by Inspectional Services cited several items. First, we don't dispute that this is subject to CFROD applicability. We don't believe that's a zoning violation, it's more of a notation. We were also cited for several other items, and I'll start in my letter with the violations in order. The first one that we were cited for was the building height being excessive. Within the district, this is known as the waterfront waterfront mixed use subdistrict. The maximum height limit is 5 stories and 65 feet. Our position is our building is within the allowable height limit for a number of reasons. First of all, as I mentioned, this property is within the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District. And as a result, the provisions of Article 25A do apply. And they would have applied regardless of when this was filed, because Article 25A certainly applies to any project that is subject to Article 80. When we're dealing with Article 25A, however, there are provisions that talk about measurements of heights of buildings. And this has been an issue that we have worked directly with the Boston Planning Department on a number of CFROD projects, including ones that have been approved and are on their way to permit. And the issue, I think that, or at least somewhat of the disconnect here, is that when measuring the height of a building in a CFROD district, you do not measure from the sidewalk. Instead, you measure from the design flood elevation, which is a measurement that's based upon certain factors. In this case, based upon how we view the design flood elevation, I do have it in the plans, we are within the height limit, and we take the position that we are not required to seek relief for the height. We can jump to, I believe we have the actual elevation of the plans if we want to jump to, I think it's the page back, maybe one page back. Here we go. If we can zoom in on that lower right corner of that plan, yeah, we can probably zoom in a little bit closer. So we do see the height of our building to the roof deck is actually 64 feet. That would be 65, but under the 65-foot limit that's allowed. I'm not sure, and we've asked for clarification from Special Services as to how they're calculating our height. We're uncertain as to whether or not they're looking at the rear of the building, but the actual definition of how that height is calculated is based upon where it's measured either from grade or from the design flood elevation. And as you can see here, we show our building at 64 feet to the roof deck, which is actually the way it should be measured. So that's the first violation that we were cited for that we believe was an error. The second deals with what we call waterfront open space requirements. This isn't something that we see often before the board because of the little bit of development that occurs in these areas. The change under Article 53 to amend this area into the waterfront mixed-use district has certainly brought into play a number of potential developments. So this one here talks about that. It says that notwithstanding the contrary provisions of the article, the open space requirements of Section 5310 apply to any proposed project involving new construction at grade, and then this is the important part, and located on tidelands subject to Chapter 91 or in the waterfront service, waterfront commercial, waterfront residential, or waterfront community facility subdistrict, except if it's below 2,500 square feet. So if we go to the plan that we include with our letter, which will be this next page, this is what's probably most relevant in this case. In this case, you can scroll down just a little bit more. Yeah, we see that dotted line that runs through the middle of the screen, the middle of the plan. That is the location of the Tidelands jurisdiction. So anything beyond that line towards screen top would be considered within the Chapter 91 jurisdiction. We're not proposing to build anything within the Chapter 91 jurisdiction, and therefore we're not proposing any construction in Commonwealth Tidelands. In fact, based upon our preliminary review, we do not even require a license to construct this building because we're completely outside of the Chapter 91 jurisdiction. The other uses that will be happening here, it's pretty much just open space and access to our property, are all permitted within the Chapter 91 jurisdiction because we're not proposing new structures, but we will also review that with DEP. But for purposes of the zoning code, the applicability of the waterfront open space requirements doesn't apply in this case because it's not on tidelands subject to Chapter 91. With respect to the further violation we were cited for is what's called waterfront yard requirements, yard area requirements. And it says that the waterfront yard area requirements apply to any lot located on tidelands subject to Chapter 91 in a waterfront subdistrict if such lot is adjacent to or includes the high line. We have some photos I've included. We can jump back, maybe slide 7 or slide 8. So as you can see, mid-screen, yeah, it's right by the view there. So you can see where the red dot is. That is our site. The area directly behind our site, you can see the words May Street is a private way that separates us from a further parcel beyond May Street. If we scroll down to the next, I have a sort of expanded view here. As the board can see, the distance between the high tide watermark which would be way out beyond the other parcel, is nowhere near our parcel, and therefore we would not be within the applicability of the provisions for that waterfront yard area requirement. And even if we were, there is a requirement that we have about 35 feet from the high tide water line, and we're clearly outside of that, so we don't understand why that was cited. We've asked that to be removed as well. In addition, there are things known as setback requirements that also apply to waterfront yard area. For the same reasons, we're not subject to that based upon the location of our site and where it sits in relationship to the shoreline. And so therefore we're unclear as to why that was cited, and that was also an error. And the last but not least is the conformity with existing building alignment. Article 53, 29.1 says that if any time on the same block as a lot required by this article, Article 53, to have a minimum front yard, and there exists two buildings fronting on the same side of the street, then instead of the minimum front yard, you use an averaging, or we refer as the modal setback for that lot, and that would dictate where the front yard setback would be. But it's important to point out that this site is now located in the waterfront mixed use, and under Article 53, it does not have a minimum front yard requirement, and therefore the conformity with existing building alignment does not apply. So our position is that for all of the reasons that we've included in our letter to the board requesting that these be removed, which I provided to the board as well, and that's a letter dated February 3rd, 2025 to the plans examiner. We believe that the Inspectional Services Department has misinterpreted the provisions and the application of those provisions to this project, and that those violations should be removed as we requested, and that no relief be required for any of the items that were cited by INC. I'm happy to answer any questions or address any comments by the board.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Caroline, is there anyone from ISD who wishes to speak?
Yes, Paul is here.
This is Paul Williams. So I think, speaking for my plans examiner, with respect to the height, the measurement that he was taking, I believe was to the parapet, which was 68 feet, not 64 feet, which I think was the base of the deck. So that's why he cited the height violation on that. Obviously, things such as CFROD, those are sort of required. That's why he cited those. With respect to the setbacks, he's working with the tideland jurisdiction line that was mentioned, and rather than the shoreline, and I believe that's why he cited those violations as well.
If I may briefly, and I think, thank you, Mr. Williams, for providing that context. I think, as we requested, we would prefer to work these out without having to take it up for interpretation, but we made our case and were told that there would be no change. So I just would point out with height, parapet from the definition of building height is typically not included. And we believe that the height to the roof rafters is the correct measurement for zoning height. So that's why we believe that that was an error. So 64 feet to the roof deck would actually be higher than the roof rafters for where the building height is measured to. And that's why we believe that's an error.
But we're willing to defer to the board on that.
Yep. Okay.
Is it standard? Sorry, Madam Chair, is it standard that the height is to the top of the parapet? Can you remind us, Mr. Williams?
We usually do a sort of an average depending on the shape of the roof line. So we're fine with it being to the deck. But I'm just saying, my understanding is that's where the plans examiner was looking at from the measurement. Also, I think with respect to the adjustment for the flood line, I'm not sure if he had taken that into consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
One more question. I just wanted to get back to the CFROD piece there briefly. I understood, Attorney Lins, you said that, sort of more of a note. Is that what it's going to be basically going forward, Mr. Williams? Is that, even if a project has no Article 53, refusals, that there would be a letter that comes out that says CFROD applicability?
We've been citing that. Internally, we're going to decide whether or not we're going to continue to cite that.
Okay, that's just an interesting point, because I suppose someone could decide that they wish to ask for a variance on that by having it cited. So that's not the topic of this. I'm just curious to know if that would be so thank you.
Through the chair, my experience, Mr. Aiken, is that zoning compliant projects that are submitted within the CFROD receive a letter indicating CFROD compliance needs to be demonstrated. So there are steps that we still have to show as part of our permit filing, but it is noted as a requirement, not necessarily as a violation, because typically we wouldn't seek relief from that unless it's interpreted.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, is there a motion? I know Attorney Lins brings us the easiest things.
I blame Jeff Hampton.
Whoa. We need a motion. I think Mr. Lins is standing between us and the end for both cases.
Go ahead, Alan. I was going to make a motion to defer simply because we just got some of this information today. And, even though you explained it, I'd like to take some time with it.
Yeah, I know this is, through the chair, I know this is a lot to absorb, and that's why, we provided the letter with the request for interpretation originally. So we're the understanding that a deferral may be likely. What we're concerned with is that we are in the process for Article 80, and we want to ensure that as we proceed through that, we understand what changes may have to be made based upon this interpretation. So I guess I would just want to understand perhaps when we might get back to a vote on it so that we can make our determination changes if necessary to our plans.
Mr. Hampton, shed some light.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. If I may throw out an option, usually when we have very complicated interpretations asked by the board, we have deferred it. However, we've sent it to the law department. Now, I'm not sure if Attorney Lins is amenable to that, or if, the chair feels that the ZBA can't make this determination. I don't want to speak for the board. I'm just throwing out what we have done in the past on complicated issues.
That is a perfectly reasonable alternative that I will put back out to the person who made the motion, or anyone else.
I'd like to make a motion to go with what Mr. Hampton said, proposed.
To defer to the law department.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge?
Yes.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes, I think we got a lot of good information here, but I think that would be good to have occur as this Article 53 is sinking in. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's Caroline or whoever, just if we could get the contact at the law department who will review this. Just sometimes we find that a conversation about how we're viewing this can help speed things along.
Right. I can definitely let you know about that tomorrow.
Yeah, no rush.
I'm not sure if it's me or if it's someone from City Hall who will do that.
Okay.
Understood.
But I'll definitely be in touch tomorrow about that.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to case BOA 168-5296 with the address of 265 to 269 Maverick Street. Attorney Lenz.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Stembridge, members of the board, Madam Chair. For the record, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Very similar situation here where we have a refusal letter. If we can jump back to page 2, that's probably a good place to start. Where we have a refusal letter that shows several violations that were cited by ISD. This also is an Article 80 project that will provide proposed 36 residential units. It's intended to be submitted as a zoning compliant project. We were cited for CFRAD, as you can see here, as well as GCOD. Floodplain regulations were cited, however, we believe that's not going to be applicable. We're happy to deal with that directly with ISD based upon information we can provide the survey. The three that I'd like to talk about before the board today that we're asking for interpretation on, the first is roof structure restrictions. The second is the building height being the number of stories excessive. And then the last one is the building depth. And again, these all involve matters that were recently amended under Article 53. So if we can jump down to page 4. We'll deal with the first violation, which is roof structure restrictions. This should be a pretty simple one for the board. And again, we've gone to ISD and asked them to remove these restrictions based upon our interpretation and what we believe is pretty clear black and white zoning code provisions on this matter. The first one is roof structure restrictions that talks about anytime you're erecting or enlarging on the roof of an existing residential building, on the roof of a building that's not residential use but was originally built as a residential building, then you're subject to the roof structure restrictions requirement. And this is one that we come up with a lot, so typically would apply to residential structures where you're proposing perhaps a roof deck and altering the sight line or the height line of the building. We are subject to a conditional use permit from the board, and that's for pre-existing buildings that are looking to be altered. In this case, the current building is a 10,000 square foot garage. We do have a photo, I believe it's on the front page. 10,000 square foot garage that we are maintaining. We're preserving that for purposes of reuse. This was never in residential use and certainly not current residential use. So therefore, we would be requesting that the roof structure restrictions citation be eliminated from the refusal letter. Again, we've asked ISD to do that, and they refused to work before the board on that matter. The second item that we were cited for deals with building height. And I touched upon this briefly in the last presentation, but this one is a much more detailed view of why we think it matters. So if we could zoom in to that bottom right corner where that green writing is, that would be very helpful. So this building, because it is in the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District, the calculation of height is done through Article 25A, not necessarily Article 53 and the definitions in Article 2. What we have to do when we measure the building in a CFRAD district is not measure from the sidewalk or grade. We would measure from design flood elevation, which is a calculation that's determined by adding 2 feet to the sea level rise base flood elevation number. And so we've determined that our design flood elevation is at this, at that line where we see sort of midway up, actually maybe a little more than just below half of the first level. So when we do that, Article 25A instructs us that the height gets measured from that line, not from the sidewalk. And as we can see here, that line would be, I believe it's close to maybe almost 4.5 feet above the sidewalk. So in this district where the overall building height is permitted to be 50 feet, we're actually able to have a building that's 54.5 feet and be compliant because of the way that the calculation is done for calculating the height of the building. We're not cited for the overall height, so we're within the overall height according to ISD, but they cite us for the number of stories because in this district, which is an EBR 4, you're permitted to have a total of 4 stories. Anybody who looks at this building might say that, well, it's a 5-story building, so it violates the requirement. However, when calculating height, we have to also remember that the first story is measured from that point, which is 65% or more above grade. And grade being the sidewalk is used interchangeably in Article 25A as a certain measuring point. And so because we would be measuring the height of our building from the design flood elevation, we would be not more than 65% above grade for this portion of the building here. And this level 2, actually would be the first story of the building. And I know sometimes that can be a little, I've explained this multiple times to community groups and others, and people scratch their head and say to me, that's a 5-story building. It's a 5-level building, and this, once again, has also been reviewed, and we've gone through a number of projects with the Boston Planning Department on CFROD, and that this is exactly how the Boston Planning Department applies this calculation. And that is because this lowest level basically becomes, I don't want to say non-usable, but it's not habitable based upon the CFROD requirements. And we can only utilize this level for things like parking, some commercial uses, building amenity, but it all has to be wet-proofed and subject to the design requirements, Article 25A. So in recognizing that and planning for resiliency, that's why Article 25A actually makes these exceptions to height. So we still get to experience or utilize a full 4-story building under the zoning with the understanding that this lowest level is not necessarily going to be a habitable level of building. So we believe that the calculation, and certainly willing to defer to how the Boston Planning Department measures this, but we believe this is the calculation that's being applied correctly. We've provided it to ISD, and we would ask that they remove that violation as well. On the last one, the violation concerning the building depth has been exceeded. So if we go to the site plan quickly, I think that's next, should be next page. Further. Maybe it's maybe back on page 6. Here we go. Okay, so the building itself is on a 10,000 square foot lot. The building occupies the entire site. So this would be a pre-existing non-conforming structure, which is protected under Article 4, as well as the amended provisions of Article 53. In other words, we don't have to remove the building in order to redevelop it. It will be in compliance because of its pre-existing nature. But more importantly, part of the amendments to Article 53 is the provision known as Article 53-30, and that deals with non-conformities to dimensional requirements. And in short, I provided it here so the board can review it. It essentially says that if you have a non-conforming building that doesn't meet the requirements, including requirements for all setbacks, you're permitted to go up vertically, do an addition vertically to the building, and you can do so provided you don't exceed the height limit and you don't expand the footprint of the building beyond any of its existing non-conformities. And that's what Article 5330 allows. One of the most important things about Article 5330, though, is Section 2B, which is the exceptions. And it does say, as you can see, if we jump to, I think I know my page, you can go back up to 2 pages maybe? Here we go. A little further down, just to the highlighted area. Perfect. So as you can see here, vertical extensions are allowed, and non-conforming dimension, including, and this is important language that the Boston Planning Department included, it says, but not limited to, front yard, side yard, rear yard, building floor plate, or lot coverage may be extended vertically, provided, as I mentioned, it doesn't extend beyond the existing floor plate, and it doesn't exceed the grade of the building's maximum height or the maximum building height allowed by zoning. So in this case, the maximum building height allowed is the 50-foot subject to design flood elevation adjustments for coastal flood. And the building itself is 10,000 square feet, and therefore that footprint of that building is permitted to remain and go up vertically. We were cited for building depth under the amended Article 53. Building depth is limited to 70 feet. However, this building's already 100 feet in depth, and so therefore the requirement that we meet the building depth, including a requirement for any addition to the building, comply with the building depth, would run afoul and be completely contrary to provisions that are contained here in Section 5330. Because as it says, once again, not to be repetitive, that a non-conforming dimension, and the building depth would be a non-conforming dimension, including, but not limited to. So by putting the but not limited to, the language of the zoning code is providing you with examples, and when it says floor plate and lot coverage, clearly they were contemplating the depth of buildings that may already exist, especially ones that are non-conforming, such as this one. And so therefore, to cite us for building depth being more than 70 feet would be completely inconsistent with the intent of Article 53-30, and we believe that that was also an error. So with that, again, I know that's a lot of information. I've provided the board with these references. I would be happy to answer any questions of the board on these specific items.
Other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, my question would just be to hear from Commissioner Williams at this point first.
Yes.
Sure. So my impression here is that some of this may have been done before the change, the East Boston changes in zoning, which might be account for the discrepancy. The roof structure restriction, simply this was a one-story building, and anything in that district where you change the roof structure, in this case, they're adding 4 floors. The plans examiner cited it as a roof structure change. Yeah, given what Mr. Lynch has said, I'm willing to sort of concede that point at this point. Also, we're looking at extensions of non-conformity with respect to the depth. Again, that may have been a difference between the previous East Boston code and current code. The one issue, though, with respect to the height, that I think we will still sort of contest. The question is where exactly we're measuring from, and you know, to what extent the current building is sort of 65% sort of above grade, and then you add 4 floors to it. Our opinion is that's still sort of a 5-story building, not a 4-story building. But I think for the rest, we're willing to concede.
If I may, Madam Chair, just very briefly, and thank you again, Mr. Williams, for your comments. The question on building height is one that needs to be answered by looking at Article 25A and the definitions of height, grade, and where it's measured from. I don't disagree that a single-story building sitting at grade currently would not be considered, not the first story. It's clearly 65% or more above grade. I think the analysis requires a review of the Article 25A requirements and the location, the design flood elevation limit. And in this case, that is almost always higher than grade based upon sea level rise base flood elevation. So in this case, it's always going to be 2 feet above that. Where that sea level rise base flood elevation number is, based upon our plan, puts the DFE at about 4.5 feet above the sidewalk. When you calculate the balance of that story, Our position is that that first level is not 65% or more above grade, and therefore would not be considered the first story. And once again, this is not something that we're coming up with for the first time. We've dealt with this on multiple projects that have gone through the art process already, that we've worked with the resiliency team at Boston Planning, and we are in agreement, or at least the planning department and my office have been in agreement on how this is applied. And I believe we've had other permits at least submitted, if not issued, based upon that. So I'm happy to have a further conversation, but once again, we did request that these be removed for the reasons that we've presented to the board today. And there was not a decision to remove them, so we had no choice other than to take it for interpretation.
So in Article 25, the place of measurement is from the top of the flood elevation, correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Collins, yeah, it's actually 2 feet above base flood elevation. So where we're at, for example, I believe the base flood elevation for that area is 19. I think grade is 17. So 2 feet above the 2.5, it's actually right below 17. 2 feet above the 19 gets us to our 4.5 feet for design flood elevation. So that's the difference between the grade and the design flood.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, normally when you would measure the height of the building, would you guys would measure it from the sidewalk, correct?
Yeah, we're not disagree with Mr. Williams with respect to the measurement, but we say that grants you the height. It doesn't grant you another floor.
Well, if I may, it's not a question of it granting us another floor. It's the definition of how a story is measured in Boston, and the definition is the level that is 65% or more, and it says above grade in Article 2, but grade is also discussed in Article 25A as to where quote unquote the grade is. Our position is the grade is at the design flood elevation, because why else would you measure your building height from there if you're not going to measure your stories from there?
Any other questions from the board? Is someone prepared to make a motion? Which could mirror the other motion, by the way, if you...
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm prepared to make a motion which is similar, and I just think that it's really important to have the law department weigh in on this. And I certainly, this one's a little bit more clear in some ways, but I think we start getting into this whole 65% of the floor and some of the information we have versus the calculations that the team can do and present there. So I think it's really important with the teething of the new code to have the law department take a look at this. So it's a long way of saying I'll make a motion for the law department to do a review.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Mr. Langham?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Mr. Aiken?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.